This tutorial is sponsored by Patreon. Thank you all for your support. Okay, so now when we got over that, first thing that I want to do is I would assume that you have downloaded Unreal Engine, but if you haven't, you can just go to Unreal Engine 5 official site, press download, and download the launcher. That's all you have to do really. It's free, completely free. So once you have done that, we can leave, and you're gonna be greeted with this. You will need to, of course, download Epic Games Launcher, and you will have Unreal Engine tab here. And in the library, we can find our versions. So if you don't want 5.2, you can always just press this little plus and select whatever you want. In this course, we're gonna be using 5.2.1. So let's go and start. So this tutorial is, as we said, gonna be focused at beginner friendly, and I will explain everything that I do. That's why it might be slower, so for intermediate users you might wanna skip some parts, but for the beginners I highly recommend watching everything. So we're gonna select games, we're gonna select blank, because we're gonna create a project from the scratch, no templates, because I think it's very important to know how to create project from the scratch. So we're gonna select blueprint, because we're gonna mainly be working in the blueprints, and target platform can be desktop, quality preset maximum, and starter content is gonna be ticked, because we're gonna use some of the starter content. Okay, so with that being said, we can call this my first horror game. Of course, you can put name whatever you like. So in this episode, we're gonna be setting up our project. So we're gonna prepare everything so we can start working in the next episode. So here we are greeted with this level, which we don't want. So the first thing that I want to do is create folder and call it maps. We will go to file, create new level, and put it as a empty level. So we can create, and now when we create it like that, we will just save current level as and select our maps. We will save this map as name main menu, and we can just go and save. So we have our main menu here, and also we're gonna add new level and call it gameplay. So save current level as gameplay, or we can just call it map 1. Okay, so we have our maps here that are ready to go. We will need to create our base blueprints that we need for this project. So I'm gonna create folder that I'm gonna call core, and inside of it I'm gonna put everything that I need for my game. So we're gonna start with creating game instance. That's first. So go to the blueprint class and type in game instance. Our game instance is gonna be just casual one, game instance, and we're gonna call it horror base game instance. So we have game instance. Now we're gonna create, so right click, blueprint class, and we're gonna create our character. Let's call it base character. We can go ahead and blueprint classes again. Let's create controllers. So we're gonna create BP. Actually, we're gonna create a gameplay PC as a player controller, and we're gonna create another one, and we're gonna call it main menu PC. I'm just creating this, and I'm gonna explain everything what it means, but for now we're just gonna create those. Game mode, we're gonna select game mode base, because we're doing a single player game, so game mode base is gonna fit us well. and we're gonna call it gameplay, actually main menu GM as a game mode, and we can go ahead and hold Ctrl D, and we can duplicate it and call it gameplay GM. So here we have everything that we need. So we're gonna go ahead and open our level, and let's open main menu level. So if we save select, so make sure you save all frequently, and that should go into your muscle memory, because it sometimes the engine can crash and you're gonna lose whatever you didn't save. Okay, so here in the main menu level we can go to the world settings, and if you don't see the world settings, we can just go to window and tick world settings. Game mode override, it's gonna be main menu GM, and selected game mode, it's gonna be in the selected game mode, player controller class is gonna be main menu player controller, and everything else works, and here we can put as a none, because this is our main menu. So we can save selected and change to our map 1. From the map 1 we can go ahead and set gameplay GM. So this is our gameplay game mode. Here our default pawn class is going to be base character, the one that we created, and the player controller is going to be gameplay player controller. So this should be good. Then we're going to go to our project settings, and in our maps and modes we're going to select it as a main menu, because we want this to start in the main menu. And here we can just set the default as a gameplay game mode, but it doesn't matter because we already set it up, and game instance is going to be horror base game instance. So that should be good. Here we can change our project ID, description, project name, project version. Let's call it my first horror game. Here you can also put logo, and that's what matters right now. But for now we can just leave it like this. Here we have a lot of more things that we can edit, but we're gonna keep it simple for now. We can go ahead and quit. So what we created here was we created base character. So this character is going to be used as a base character for our game. So character is something that you can control and do whatever you want with it, but you control this character with your player controller that we just made. So here we have gameplay player controller and main menu player controller. The reason we have two of those is because every level is going to have their own game mode, their own controls. So we don't want to be moving and jumping in the main menu, because it's going to be static UI. Okay, so then we created a game instance. So a game instance is something like a game mode, but instead of being closed or when you open another level, this goes through entire game, so through every level. So you can store everything inside of the game instance that you want to store. Basically, if you want something to transfer to another level, some stats, you need to create it inside of a game instance. In the game mode, we can select some rules for the game, the gameplay of the certain level. So if we have gameplay game mode, let's say we have team deathmatch in it, whenever we select on the level game mode, that's gameplay game mode with deathmatch, every map with that game mode is gonna have deathmatch. Okay, so with that being said, we set up our project and we are ready to go. Welcome back to the second part. So in the second part we're gonna set up our character movement. So how are we gonna do that? Let's see. First thing that we need to do is we need to create some inputs. So inputs are used so we can give literal commands to the program so it can execute what we want. So we're gonna go ahead and create a new folder, call it inputs. So here first we're gonna create some input actions, and then we are going to connect them into input mapping context. So input action, the first one is going to be EA move. This is going to be for our WASD movement. Then we will open it and select it as an axis 2D, and you will see later why. We can duplicate it and create another one, IA look, and this is going to be for our mouse. And last one, IA jump. But now we need to make sure to open our IA jump and select bool. Also, you will see later why we did this. Okay, so we can go ahead and put them into our mapping context. So we can connect them like that. And we call it IMC base inputs. So when we open IMC base inputs, we can add our mappings. Let's start by adding jump. Pretty easy. We just select IA jump and we press this, and now we select the key that we want. So I want jump to be on space. So I'm gonna put it on a space. And I think everyone likes having jump on space. Then we're gonna select IA look, and our input is gonna be mouse XY to the axis. Just like that. So you can save. And now we are gonna go to our EA move, and first thing is gonna be W. Then we add another input that's gonna be A, then another one S, then another one D, just like that. So now we can select our W and add modifier. It's gonna be of type swizzle input axis values. To go forward, the A is gonna be negate, because we want to, oh sorry, that's trigger, delete, modifier. Make sure it's modifier, not trigger, and select negate. So with W we go forward, with A we go back. S also gonna be swizzle. Well, again we add a trigger, be sure to add modifier, because it's not gonna work otherwise, and add swizzle input axis values and negate. And with that being said, the D doesn't need anything to work, so that's it. We set up our inputs, but now we need to go to our blueprint character and we can open it up. So we can delete those. On event begin play, we want to cast to our gameplay PC. So this is our player controller, and here we're gonna get controller. Make sure to get controller, not player controller, and from it we will pull enhanced input local subsystem. And if valid, first from here add mapping context. So the mapping context is gonna be our thing that we set up here. So basically we are calling this one, we are calling this with base inputs. So we will just select base inputs. Right, so now we can go from here and check if it's valid. Make sure to select question mark, and if it is, we will just add mapping context. So that should work. Perfect. So now we need to go to viewport, and this is our character. As you can see, we don't have character, so we're just gonna add spring arm, and by selecting spring arm, we're gonna add camera. So we parent it to our spring arm. And you can see spring arms as something that holds our camera, and it has a lot of functions that we will later use. So let's set target arm length to 0, and we can get it up. Let's put it somewhere like here. So make sure you select base character self and use control rotation jaw. Make sure it's ticked. With that being ticked, we will go to spring arm and select use palm control rotation. And in camera, make sure it's not ticked. So that should be that for our character. So before we continue with our character, I just want to create base level where we will test it. So here we can get shape, for example cube, and we can select unlit so we can see it in the dark because we don't have lighting, and if we press R, we select the cube, press R, and we can scale it up like we want. If we press W, we can move. If we press E, we can rotate. Okay, so with that being said, we can make it a little bit bigger just so we can test our movement here, and we can add the direction light. As you can see, now we are gonna see it. And let's just add player start. So now let's just go back to our base character. Let's continue with our event graph. We need to add some functions here. So on our EA jump, we have action value that's gonna be Boolean. Because if you remember, when we created EA jump, we changed it to be Boolean. So when we trigger jump, we want to jump, and when we complete, we will just stop jump. And that's basically, we can select it, press C, and comment it, jump. So now we're gonna add our EA look, and you will see the difference. Here we have Boolean, but here we have 2D axis. So if we split struct pin here, we're gonna get action value X and Y. And that's why we have X axis 2D. So because of that, now we have Boolean here. Because of that, now we can just go and on trigger we can add controller jaw input, and we can add our controller pitch input. And our X is gonna go into our jaw and Y into our pitch. So here, if we press double click and control, we can just move it like this and make it tidy like this, and we can call it this mouse movement. We can also set comment colors. I like to set comment colors, and we can save it like that. And I just think it looks a lot nicer, and I'm a big fan of it. So here we are gonna add another input, and that's called EA move, and this is gonna be for our keyboard right now. So here we're gonna add movement input, and we're gonna get control rotation, and we're gonna get right vector. And now we will split struct pins here, and we just want to connect X and Z. From here we will return this value to our world direction. So we are basically getting our control rotation, where we are going, and our right vector. And from there, return values, we're just connecting X with Z. So there, we will go ahead and add another movement input. And we're gonna get control rotation here. But this time, we're gonna get our forward vector. Get forward vector. Also split struct pins here, just like that, and connect only Z. Return value is gonna be world direction. I don't wanna go too deep about this, because this tutorial we will split struct pin here as well. I don't wanna go too deep about character movement, because this tutorial is made for horror mechanics, for horror things, and base knowledge. So I don't wanna just go too deep into some stuff. Action value X is gonna go into our scale value in the first moment input. We can make it like that by double clicking. And action value Y is gonna go there. just like that. So if we press compile and save, this should work, but it doesn't. Let's see, what did we make wrong here? So this works, and this should work as well. Save. Yes. So the problem was we didn't input the object that we need to check if it's valid, so we didn't check anything here, and that's why we couldn't run this. So make sure your gameplay PC, gameplay player controller, is input object is valid. So this is just if we fail to cast, we're not gonna get any errors, but also we're not gonna get this code. So we're just checking if the cast was successful. So don't forget to put it here. And that should work. And if I move now, as you can see, I can move left, right, back, up, but my mouse, if I point it towards up, it's going down. And that's pretty easy fix. Here we will just go to our inputs and to our IA look. Sorry, not IA look, we're gonna go into our mapping content, to our mapping context, and here we're gonna find our IA look, and we're gonna add modifier called negate, and we're gonna select only Y axis. Press save, play, and now our mouse works pretty good. So that's it for the character movement. We set up our character movement, and see you in the next episode. So here we are in the third episode. In this episode, we're gonna be blocking out our level and creating playable level. So first thing first, I prepared some of the models for you. So I'm gonna create a folder called props, and you can open the file that I put in the description that you can download for free. And let's take the models. So we can just pull it here, and just like that, import all. Now, those are not some high quality models, they are made in Blender in less than 20 seconds. So I just wanted to show you how you can scale items, because I made some of them purposely bigger. You can scale them and you can fit them to your needs, right? So here we have our models. For example, we have a key that I made in Blender. Okay, so the first thing first, I'm gonna show you how to use Unreal Engine basic shapes. But first, as you can see, we are in the main menu level. So we're gonna go to our map 1. We will save selected as always. And now it's gonna save some new things that we uploaded to our project. And first thing first, I want to delete this directional light. And I want to select lit and unlit. Or you can do it with Alt. You can Alt 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So Alt 3 is gonna be unlit, sorry for that. Okay, so let's start. So I'm gonna design this level very simple in the same texture color without so much details, because I want to make this tutorial to learn new principles and not, you know, to be luxury giga quality textures and stuff. So I'm gonna teach you how to create everything just basic, so you have playable level, right? Okay, so how I like to do things is I like to go to the player start, or you can actually just go to the content core and pull base character. And I like to do is to make a block just like this cube, and make it as a player size. So I can see what kind of size our player is, but I'm gonna create a new folder and call it mats, like materials. Actually, we can just call it materials. And we can open it up and let's create material. Let's call it black. So we're gonna create a black material here. We will so hold 3 on your keyboard and left click and you're gonna get this. And we can just pull it into base color and leave it as it is, black. So if we go ahead now and set it here, as you can see, we're gonna have black color. Also, we're gonna press 1, left click, press 1, left click, and set up roughness to 1 and metallic to 1. So it's not shiny, because we don't want it to be shiny. Okay, so when we created this, as you can see, now we have a black material. I will select, basically how I'm scaling this is by holding R, so you press R and then you get this. But we have here snapping options, but I don't want it because I want to be precise here, so I can see, for example, how tall is my character. So if I press W, move it up, and press End on keyboard, it's not gonna happen, I guess, but you can scale objects, you can snap them to the ground with End key on your keyboard. Okay, so that should be right. And this is gonna be player size reference. I'm just gonna hold it there. So when we create walls, we can see, for example, how is that gonna look like, right? So let's go ahead and create shape. Let's create cube. And I'm gonna duplicate this by holding Ctrl, so Control, and D. And we're gonna duplicate our cubes, and that's not what we want. We're gonna duplicate material, so make sure you click material. And let's call this brown. So we're gonna create brown walls. So here we will click, go to the constant, and change the color to be brown. So now let's just find something that looks brownish, just like that. Let's say you can take whatever color you want. It's all up to you. I just want my walls to be like that. So we'll go again into our shapes and add cube. Once we added the cube, we can pull this material on the cube and we have brown cube. And if we pull it like that, we have brown wall. So I want it to be less thicker. And let's move it up like that. So if you want to give extra fear to your player, I suggest to make walls smaller, so the player is in the smaller how do you say, space, so he feels kinda, you know, more scared, and I think it just looks better rather than big house, you know. So let's just block out our level. So how I'm doing all of this is if I select this wall and I press Alt and left click to move, I can duplicate it just like that. So if I select Alt and I click this and hold Shift, I can move with the camera. As you can see, my camera moves as well, but you need to have it as a, so when you select it, you will naturally have it on the move and translate object. But if you don't, for example, if you have scale, just press W and you're gonna be back there. So if you now we press Alt and left click, also we can move it wherever we want. We're gonna get that effect. We can also delete it by pressing on it and pressing delete key. So this should be our room. Let's say this is gonna be our main room, and that fits good. Also for the floor, I will set it as a what kind of floor do we want to have? We can duplicate this, so Control D and call it floor texture. And let's say we want something like that for the floor. So it's not complete white, but it's not in the color as well. And this looks good for me. So my point here is I want to create low poly everything, and later you can just upgrade it. Because I don't want to make this tutorial texture tutorial. I want to make this tutorial to teach you how to do the basic coding and stuff. And I want to create really simple level that's still gonna be playable, right? So if I scale it like that, we can go ahead and delete this. And what I want to do here is I want to go to the modeling and I want to select box, just like that. And my box is gonna be wide, exactly how much I need it. So let's see how much we need it. Let's say like this. That should be working good. And it's not gonna be wide. Depth, sorry, it's not gonna be depth too much. And I will show you in a second why I want to do this. Okay. So here we have it. I'm not gonna stress too much to be perfect, but you can of course do it. So now we press accept, and now you're wondering what did we do here. Well, now if we go and pull the box in the world and make it smaller, right? So let's say we want to make it to be our doors, right? I'm gonna create more depth and I'm gonna lower it, and let's say we want doors to be here. So now if we press accept and we select first model and then hold shift, left click the second one, and we go to the mesh bool and we can press accept. There it goes, we have a door. But you cannot do that with normal cubes, the ones from here, from the shapes. Okay, so here we can just pull the brown and we have a brown wall. So we can turn off snapping. We can pull it to be perfect. Okay, so there goes one room. We're gonna create more rooms now. So if we select all of this and press Alt and left click and now E to rotate it, as you can see now we have more stuff here. We have two rooms and we can connect it just like that. So I had in my mind to create some kind of hole here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold Alt, left click, E, and rotate it. I'm just doing just example how I imagine my map to look like. Of course you can do whatever you want with your map. It's all left to your imagination, not mine. So you can do whatever you like here. But I'll do it like this and you can follow if you want. But if you want something like in your imagination, of course feel free to do it. So here we're gonna select all of this again and press Alt and left click. And now we can just rotate it again. So that's really very simple way to create a level. If we want to add something more here, we can just press W, Alt and left click, and rotate it to 90 degrees. And that's it. We have level. As you can see, our level started looking like one. So here we can see our character is gonna fit through the door. Let's test it out. We are in complete dark, I forgot. So let's add some light. Let's add directional light for a second so we can play. And as you can see, we can fit through the doors and our level started looking like something. Let's see here. It's not really centered in the middle. Let's center it a little bit better, just like that. Don't worry about the lighting, we're gonna go over it. So here is left to your imagination if we want to do something with it. We can do it like that. Also, if you don't wanna do this map by yourself, you can always grab project files at Patreon and you can have it from the start. You don't have to do anything really. You can just copy it. So let's say I want something like that. I like that. And here we can create final hole. Just like that. So I want to create a playable thing here so we can test stuff on it. So we're gonna take a little bit more time to make it playable. And we can just rotate this like that. And as you can see, we already have playable thing here. Okay, so now we will just select our cube that's on the bottom and Alt and pull it up. And as you can see now, we have the roof. And we can set the roof to be in same color, or we don't have to, we can just select what we like. But I really want to select another color for my floor because I want to make it a little bit darker. So something like this, let's see. Yeah, okay, this looks better now. So we have it there. Fine. Let's see if we can pull this up a little bit. Just like that. So we have our level. Okay, now. So we figure out that, but now we need lights. So I want my character to start here in this room. I want to be starting position. It's gonna be like bedroom. Right. So let's start adding some light in our level. Let's go here to the quick add to the project, set, get the light, and let's select point light. So as you can see, we have some issues here. Let's just set this to not cast any shadows. We have exposure on. So what we're gonna do, this is a very important step because this is gonna ruin your game if you don't do it like this. We will go to our quick add to the project volumes and we're gonna add post process. I'm pretty sure you're quite familiar with this name. So here we're gonna type in bound. We're gonna select infinite extent unbound, and this means it's gonna cover the whole map and not only this box. But as well, you can just scale this box to your level, but it's simpler like this. This is a good use if you want to make cave a little bit darker than the rest of the world, then you can select the cave and put it in the post process. Okay, so now we will go to the details of this post process and we're gonna type exposure. Here, minimum EV 100 and max EV 100, we're gonna set it to 0 because we don't want exposure here, and also exposure compensation is gonna be to 0. So as you can see now, the level looks way better now and more creepy. But we don't want point light. I'm gonna show you another trick that you can do with lights. So we can select rect light and make it aim to the floor. And let's select unlit mode. Let's quit modeling and select unlit mode. And now, as you can see, we have rect light. First thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it bigger. So source width, we need to match it to the level, to the room ceiling. So let's see how much. I think this is gonna be good. You don't have to be giga precise with it. Just make sure it's fitting. So if we select source height like that, should be having it like this. That should be good. So if we select lit now, as you can see, our floor is a little bit visible. So what we can do here is we can just select intensity and make it bigger intensity. And also let's make it static because it's not going to move anywhere. As you can see, it started looking nice, but I want it to be a little bit darker. So now we're gonna hold Alt and left click and we're gonna duplicate it. But we're gonna press E and turn it for 180 degrees, just like that. And we will select both of them, so hold Shift, left click, so we select both, and we turn off the cast shadows. So now let's just put it like that. And that should work perfect. So now if we press play, as you can see, we have our light in the room. Let's just put this to the floor a little bit more down. So let's select both of them and let's lower the intensity. Or what you can also do is turn light color to the darker, so you're gonna create this feeling. We can put it like that because I like it to be a little bit darker when I play the horror game. So as you can see, now it's gonna be dark. And I pretty much like this. So you don't have to do all of that like that. You can also put normal lights, like point light, let's say, and you can put it like that in the middle of the hall. So when we create our light switches, we're gonna have light that we're gonna turn on like this in the room. And let's say if we increase the lightning, it's gonna be like that. So we can set it up. When we press light switch, we're gonna turn on this lamp, but that's for the next tutorial. So let's put it to be like a little bit creepier. That looks creepy already, if you ask me. So here we can go ahead and copy this. So let's move this. Make sure you select those two. And let's pull them like that. So press Alt and left click to copy it, as we learned today. So here you can set it up like that. And as you can see, now we have light there as well. Also, we can set up our light switch to turn on these two as well. Okay, so here, let's remember what we did here. Here, I will place, we can place something for player to go there and pick up, and we can create some spotlight there. So I'm gonna show you what spotlight does as well. So we select lights and select spotlight. No, we select rect light again. We need spotlight. Okay. So select unlit to locate where you are right now. We are outside of our map. And our level is already confusing for us that made it. Okay. So here we can rotate it and create some creepy vibe here. For example, let's say outer cone angle is going to be like this. And we can make it back to 0, back to 0. We can make it like that. And I'm gonna show you how it looks like in a second. So if we press lit now, intensity is pretty low. and we cannot see it yet because our inner cone is too low. Just like that. So here, as you can see, we can create this type of light that tell us that something is there. Let's just pull it like that with the red arrow. So now if we press play, oh, sorry, if we press play, as you can see, we can see, okay, something is there. And here we can set some things, right? So I just want to create it to be spooky. Here also we can set up some light in the room just to tell player, okay, something is there and it's not complete dark. So we can create point light and set it up there. So if we press lit, player is gonna know something is inside of there. So if we go here and press play, player knows something is there. Okay, so that looks good for now. Nothing too fancy, but we got our level going. Okay, so we finish blocking out our level. We're gonna, of course, we're gonna add things as we add mechanics. For example, if we add nodes, we're gonna add nodes in level. If we add light switches, we're gonna add models for light switch as well here. So we're done with blocking out, and see you in the next episode. Hello everyone, welcome back to the fourth part. Here we're gonna create flashlight. So we can just go to our base character, to our viewport, and if we select spring arm, we're gonna add spotlight. The spotlight is gonna work as a flashlight for us, so we're gonna rename it to flashlight. Why we created it as a parent of the spring arm is basically when we move the mouse, we control this spring arm. So where we move mouse, I don't know what was that, we're gonna move the flashlight with it. So intensity, I'm gonna put it as a 10,000, and attenuation radius like 2000, something like that, 2000. So this is the how much is the reach gonna be, and the outer cone is gonna be like 35 and inner cone like 15. So let's see how that works for us. If we go ahead, we can see it works perfect. If you remember correctly, in this little room at the end of the hall we had a light, but I removed it. So you can just select the light and press delete key, right? Just like that. So press delete, boom. But we're not gonna delete that one, we just deleted this one here. So now we have a flashlight that we like. This is pretty cool for me, works good. And let's see how we can turn it on and off now, because we don't want to have it always on. So we can set it up as a visibility, sorry. So select flashlight, visible to press false. So now if we press play, we don't have flashlight anymore. That's perfect, that's what we want. So as you can see here, we created some input actions, but we don't have any input actions for the flashlight, and our flashlight needs input action as well. Because in the future we want to be able to change the hotkeys of it if we want to make it. So I want to create this tutorial as modular as possible. So let's go to our input in content inputs and create new input action. Call it EA flashlight. Just like that. If we open our EA flashlight, everything is fine. It's digital boolean. I like that. That's perfect. So now we go to our input mapping context and add new mapping. You can find it at the bottom and select IA flashlight, select the key value, and now you can select any key you want. For me, personally, I like to have it on F. So we're gonna have it on F. You can put anything you like, really. Okay. So once we did that, we can go ahead into our event graph and just create IA flashlight. Select the first one, and if you remember, if we make it like this, if we select like F key, we have pressed, this is equal to started, so started is same with pressed, and the completed is same like released. Perfect. So now when we know that, we can write whole code here, but I don't like doing that. I want to teach you how to make cleaner code. So if you create project with someone, it's not gonna be a messy, and it's gonna be pretty simple to see what is happening there. So I will show you both ways. So first we're gonna get flashlight, and we're gonna set visibility and set it to true, and we're gonna copy it, and this one is gonna set to false. Also you can make one for both of these. Okay, so I want to create boolean that's gonna be called flashlight active. So boolean is a variable that helps us determine what is true or false, and based on that we can fire some code. I will show you example how you can do that. So get flashlight active, hold B and left click, and you're gonna get branch, or you can just type in branch like so. So here you can already see we have our branch that's gonna fire code depending on status of our flashlight active. So our flashlight will be default disabled by default. So here we can just go and press into started, connect to started, sorry. And if the flashlight is active, then we're gonna turn it off, right? So we can just pull this to be a little bit cleaner. But if flashlight is not active, it's gonna be false, right? So now we need to set this boolean. We need to set is it true or false. So here, if the flashlight is active, we're gonna turn it off. And by turning off, we need to set boolean to be flashlight off for the next time we press F. And here, the flashlight is gonna be active, because if the flashlight is not active, we will turn it on. So we need to tick this. So now if we go ahead and test it out, as you can see, we can turn on and off our flashlight just because of that boolean set correctly. So in the future, we're gonna create our flashlight to be pickable. So you're not gonna be able to run this code if you don't have flashlight in your inventory. But that's for the future when we add interactions. So as you can see, I was telling you about how we can create this code a little bit cleaner, and I'm gonna show you. So we can copy this first part of the code and go ahead and create function. So this function is gonna be called turn flashlight off. And we can go ahead and copy our code here. And if you connect it, this function is gonna fire this code. So compile and save, and back to the event graph. If we delete this code now from the true, we can just call turn flashlight off, or we can just put it like that. So it's just gonna fire this code, and it looks a lot cleaner than this, right? This is useful when the code gets bigger. Right now it's not as big, but you know, let's delete this and go to the turn flashlight off, copy this, and create new function called turn flashlight on. Here we're gonna copy and paste the thing that we copied, and new visibility is gonna be on, because this as well. So we are turning on our flashlight basically. So we go back to event graph, and we can just turn flashlight on. And as you can see, the flashlight is turning on, just like it did before. I prepared some sounds for you. So we will go to horrorcore, the file that I will leave in the description. The same file we put models in. So we have sounds, and we have sound called flashlight switch. So I'm gonna create a new folder, call it audio, and I'm gonna pull flashlight switch here in the audio. And I'm gonna create a queue. Just like that. So here, in our flashlight, we can either play sound here, play sound 2D, but I don't want that. I want to go inside of the flashlight off, and before everything, I want to play sound. And let's see, where is it? We need to find flashlight. There it goes. We can copy it and go to the turn flashlight on, and before everything, we can connect it. So now we have our first sound in the game. So let's compile and save, go back to the game, and as you can see now, we have sound. So that's it for the flashlight. That's a very simple way of creating one, and later on we're gonna add more functions to it. So see you in the next part. Hello everyone, in this episode we're gonna be adding interaction. So, how can we add interaction? It's pretty simple, and we're gonna use the new thing that you were probably not met before if you're a total beginner, but for intermediate programmers this is gonna be no biggie. So, blueprints, we're gonna create new folder, and inside of it we're gonna create new folder, call it interface. Here we're gonna create blueprint interface, and basically what blueprint interface does, it's used as a communication between blueprints, and it's really good because we don't have to cast to everything. We can just use simple blueprint interface instead of casting. So here I'm gonna call it BPI interaction, or we can just BPI interact actually. Let's open it up, and first action is gonna be is interactable, and output is gonna be interactable. So here, when we create actors, our blueprint actors, the only actors that have this ticked are gonna be the one that are interactable. So the other function is gonna be on interaction, on interact. And the input is gonna be our player. So our player is base character, and it's just gonna be object reference. Just like that. Compile and save. But to run the interaction, as we have here for the flashlight, we have input, and the same thing we need for our interaction. So let's go and make it. We're gonna add new input in our content, inputs, and new input action. Call it EA interact. It's gonna be bool, and we can open our input mapping context and add new mapping. Here we have EA flashlight on F, but we will create EA interact on E, because most of the games have it on E, but you can, I repeat, you can do it on any button, it will work. So now when we have that, we can go back to our base character and select EA interact, just like that. Here we will pull it from the started, and it's gonna be line trace by channel. So what does this do? This is basically gonna be line trace, so one single line fired from our character model in front of it. We will set up it to fire it in front of it, and you will see it in a couple seconds. But it's important to understand what it does. So basically it's gonna fire in front of us, and when we press E, we fire this line trace, and if the line trace hits something in front of us that is interactable, we're gonna run the code that we set up on interact. So we need to get our start and our end vector, and we're gonna pull our camera because this is gonna be our reference from where the line trace is gonna be shoot, because basically where the camera is looking, that's where we are looking. So we're gonna get world location of our camera. So we are getting location of our camera, so where are we in the world? And we are getting forward vector, so the camera can look in front of it, right? So we don't want it to shoot line trace right or left or behind, we want it forward. Then we're gonna make literal float, and what this does is it's gonna determine the length of our interaction, and we can just multiply this like that. So we multiply our forward vector with our interaction length. So here this value can be promoted to a variable, so we can change it whenever we want. Let's call it interaction length, just like that. So the number of interaction length is the literal size of our line trace. So if you want a player to interact with much further targets, you need to increase the number here. So when we have this done, we can get world location of our camera. That camera is us, basically. And when we add world location with our forward vector, that is 250 for us, that we set it, we will add it up, and that's gonna be our end location. And the start location is gonna be our world location of the camera. So it starts from us and it ends 250 units away from us. So we have it set up. Draw debug type, we can draw it for duration, so you can see in front of us what is happening. Okay, so now we can compile, save, and we can pull the branch. Return value is going to be line trace by channel, so here we on out hit, we can break hit result. And we have everything set up for our blueprint interface to come in handy. So from the true, if we hit someone, we're gonna check if it's interactable. So is interactable, that's our interface coming in clutch here that we just created. So it's this interface right here. So we are checking if it's interactable, and we have output boolean, and that's why we have interactable boolean here. So we're gonna press branch, so hold B, left click, as we learned. We want to be as proficient as we can, so we don't waste a lot of time. Trust me, maybe it takes you 5 seconds to write in branch, but if you do it for 20 times, it's gonna be already 1 minute, right? So from the hit actor, I can just call on interact message. And if the actor is interactable, if we checked it as interactable, if that's true, we will just call on interact. So our interacting player is gonna be us, so get reference to self. And we have our interaction set up. So now we can just put like that, and we can select all of this and put it into function and call it interact. And now we can copy all of this and select it like that. And now, as you can see, if we go to our event graph, we can delete all of this, and on started call interact. So you see how much cleaner our event graph looks like. And if we need to change our interact, we can just double click and change it here. So it looks really clean now. Let's go to our map and press E. As you can see, when we press E and it doesn't hit anything, it's just a red line in front of us. That means nothing has been hit. But if we hit it through the wall, as you can see, we're gonna have a green line here. That means our line trace hit it. So it's gonna be the full length of our line trace. So this means if this wall is marked as interactable and has the function on interact, then if we hit it and we have a green line, that means it's gonna run the code because we hit it. but as you can see, this wall is not interactable. It doesn't have our blueprint interface inside of it, and it's not actor, it's just base shape. So now we can spam as much as we want and nothing is gonna happen there. Let's create simple example so you can see what we have here. Let's go to the blueprint and create new folder, call it actor. And what I like to do is I want to create blueprint class actor and select it as a base interaction BP base interact. Sorry. So now we can select it and we can make event graph here. In event graph, we will go to the class settings and we are gonna implement interface BPI interact. So if everything is done correctly, we're gonna have it under interfaces. So is interactable, it's gonna be checked, and on interact we can double click and we will print string. So if we interact, we're gonna print string. It works. And let's make it as a cube now, so we have something to press in the world. Compile and save and spool it into the world. So now if we make it full screen, press C, we are firing event and it works. So as you can imagine now, we can do whatever we want with anything. Like if we have a key on the floor, if you press E on the key, we can set it to activate the boolean to be true. So we can check the boolean has key and set it to true. So we can do whatever we want with this, but I want to delete this print string and just compile and save. And here we will cast to the base character, because in the future we're gonna have a lot of things that's gonna do with our character, and I just want to have reference in every single actor. So object is gonna get player character, and as a base character we're gonna promote it to variable and call it character reference. So here you can select it and call it character reference. F2 to rename. Great. Compile and save. So here we have our base interact actor, and now for example, if we were to create another actor, we can just select this one, Control D, and we can have another actor, and you're gonna see it in the future when we use it. So we set up our interaction system, and that's all that I wanted to do for this part, and see you in the next part. See ya! Welcome back to the fifth part. In today's part of the tutorial, we're gonna be creating doors and keys for the certain doors. So let's go and create one. We will go to our actor and we're gonna duplicate our base interact by selecting it with the left click and Control D to duplicate. And let's call this actor BP key. So now when we created that one, we will go to our props and we're gonna locate our key. Sorry for that. So now we have our key here, and we can go ahead and edit our actor. So go inside the BP key, UI viewport, and instead of the cube, we're gonna add our static mesh. That's gonna be the key. And we can select our static mesh here and find the key. That's gonna be our static mesh. And we can rename it to key. Also, you remember how we created the interface, blueprint interface. Now we're gonna create another one that's gonna be used for our key. So it's for communicating through the blueprints. So BPI, pick up key, just like that, and pick up, call this function pick up key. And you will see in a couple seconds why we need it. So go inside of the BP key, and here under the class settings we have BPI interact, because this is child of our base interaction, and here we're gonna add BPI pickup key. So because we add that, now if we go ahead and call it, we can call pickup key, and we will have the blueprint function, and we're gonna communicate with the BP doors with the same function. So now we are inside of the BP key. So here we can compile and save, and we can create BP doors. So here we're gonna duplicate base interact and call it BP doors. Also, for our doors, we are also gonna need BPI pickup key. So here we have a cube, but we want to have a door. So let's go ahead and create static mesh, delete the cube, static mesh, and call it doors, or door, because it's single door. So here we can select doors, just like that. We have a small model that I made in Blender, and if we pull it up in the level, we can have it like that. So now, as you can see, we can just scale it with, if we press R, we can scale it in, just like that. We can put a lid so you can see it better. And now you can take some moment to make it better, but let's do it like that. Let's hope that works. And here we can move it a little bit there. So now we have our doors, but our pivot point is not really good because we would do it like that. So here I'm gonna teach you how to create pivot point inside of your blueprint editor viewport to match pivot to be perfect, you know. So let's just select scene component, and we can find it here, and call it our pivot point. And we can move it wherever we want, and make sure you move it to the edge so we have a better result. And if we move it like that, perfect. Now we can just set up our door to be child of our pivot point. And if we go rotate it now, as you can see, doors open perfect. Perfect. Let's compile and save. And now if we add these doors to our level, actually we don't have to do anything, we can leave it like this. But this doesn't matter, we're gonna set up everything inside of our code. Just ignore the pivot point being on the middle, because we already have scene component being on the edge. So let's just see if I can move it a little bit forward, just like that. Okay, so now we need to create animation for our doors. So let's create onInteract inside of our BP doors. So event graph, and interface is going to be interactably sticked. And onInteract, we will fire off timeline. And timeline is used in Unreal Engine to create animations. So let's go and set it up like that. Timeline, it's going to be called open doors, open close doors. And let's open our timeline and add the flow track, call it alpha, just like that. So as we can see, our pivot point rotation is going to be 0, but we want to make it negative 90. So let's go ahead and do that. So we will get our pivot point here and get relative rotation. So this is basically getting our rotation of pivot point, and it doesn't matter where in the world it is, it's just relative rotation, so it just focuses on it, not on the world. So we can go here and we can split struct pin, and now we can from here put set relative rotation and also split struct pin, and we want to change only z, so we want to change only this value, which is z. So we need to go to event graph and connect x and y to here, and our alpha is going to be our z, and we can set it as an update. So now we can just go ahead and create it just like that by pressing shift left click, shift left click. So first one is gonna be 0 and the value is gonna be 0 because this is default. And it's gonna be like 2 seconds length. And the second one is gonna be time 2 and the value minus 90. So now if you press like this, you can see it would work. Let's test the theory. This should work. If you compile now and go play, as you can see, our doors are opening. We have doors that open, but we cannot close them. So what we need to do here is we can create boolean inside of our BP doors and call it like doors door closed and get it. So hold B, left click, connect that. And if the doors are closed, is that true? We want to open them. And if doors are not closed, then we want to reverse it. So we play animation backwards and we close them. So let's test if that works. If we go ahead, press E. Okay, we need to set up our door closed. So at the default, they are closed. We can open it, but we cannot close it. And you will see why. So you remember how we made for the flashlight inside of the function? We need to set this boolean. So here in the doors, so if the doors are closed, and if that's true, we want to open them. So if we open the doors, we want to set door closed to false. And here we're gonna set doors closed but ticked, because we will close them. So now if we go there, and we can just close like that, you can see we can open and close the doors. You can increase the speed by lowering the length of the animation. So if we set it as 1, and this one we set as 1, now if we compile and save, and we go to the level, the doors are gonna open faster. And I don't know if you want it, but for me it works good. And that's pretty good. Also, I want to lower this ceiling a little bit. Let's see how much I want to lower it. Just like that will work. So if I press play, yeah, I like it better now. So if we press E, we can open and close the doors. But this door don't require any keys to work, and I don't like that. So what I want to do is I want to create key. So we have a BP key here. So how are we going to connect those? Let's first create variable in the BP doors. Call it hasKey. And it will be boolean, because we want to check if our character has a key. So we will get hasKey, hold B, left click, and let's see if the character has a key here. If the character doesn't have key, we can just simply print string you need key to unlock these doors. And here we can set true to just do it. If we have a key, we can just open and close them. Compile and save. So now, by default, we don't have key, but we did get our BPI pickup key. So let's see how we can do this one. How we can use BP pickup key. So you remember, we made the interface and we said we communicate with interfaces. So if we double click on pickup key, we can set hasKey to true, because event pickup key, when we call this event, that means we got key for these doors. Just like that. But now it doesn't work, because we need to set up it inside of the BP key. So let's set it up. On interact. So once we interact with our key, we will call pickup key. So first we are gonna create variable and call it door, BP doors. The type of the variable is gonna be BP doors, and it's gonna be object reference. So make sure it's object reference. Just like that. Now we can get them here. And we can call the event pickup key. We call function. And target is gonna be BP doors. So when we call this, we can just destroy the actor. And the target can be self because we are inside of the BP key. Let's test how this works. First we need to put BP doors to be exposed on spawn and instance editable, and you will see why. So now if we put key on the floor here, we can select what doors we want this key to open. So we can press this little thing and pick actor from scene. I want this key to be opening these doors. So now if we have this key, we can go and test it out. We can make it full screen. I want to open, you need key to unlock these doors. If I press key, I can open it. But if we were to create another doors in our scene, so if we select these doors, press Alt and left click, now we have BP doors too. And let's test if that works as well. So once we pick up this key, we shouldn't be able to open these doors as well, because it's not the key for the right doors. So let's go and check this out. Full screen. We want to unlock this. We want to unlock this, but we cannot. We take the key, but we still don't have key for this door, but we have for those. So we can set up the key to be for certain doors, right? So now if we duplicate this key as well, hold Alt and left click and select this to be for these doors, we can go ahead and press play now. If we press this key, we cannot open this, but if we press these doors, we can open them. And if we collect this key as well, we can open those and we can open those, because we have both keys. So that's pretty simple way of creating a key system. And to make it just a little bit better, we can print string here and call it plus key. So this is just gonna tell us that we picked up our key. This is just for development purposes, and this is not gonna be in your game. So now if we press it, as you can see, we got key. And we open both doors. So it works. I'm glad it works, and we can go to another part. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome to the 7th part. In today's part we're gonna be creating light switches. So just go ahead and open your map 1, and inside of our blueprint actor we can create new one by holding Ctrl D. We can duplicate it and call it BP light switch. And if we go to the viewport, you should have your own static mesh for the light switch, but if you don't, there is no biggie, we can just create one like this. So R to scale, and we can scale it however we want. Let's make it like that. And now we can just Ctrl D and create trigger. Just like that. And we can select trigger and then press W. We are in the cube. So trigger, this is our trigger. We want to create it to be a little bit smaller. Just like that. That should be good. Let's see how it fits. Fits good. Great. I want this to not cast any shadow, the trigger one, because for me it's nonsense, I don't want it. And I will just create to be brown material. Can create this to be a little bit more cube, just like that. That should work perfect. So if we go ahead and add it to our scene, as you can see, we have little light switch here. We can add it to another door in the same level, so it matches the height, and also we can put it behind the doors as well. You can put them wherever you want. But let's add functions, because now if we go ahead and play, if we just press on it, nothing happens. So let's open BP light switch, and because we created parent of our base interact actor, we will have already cast to our base character, and also we're gonna have our interface implemented for interacting. So let's go ahead and check on interact. So open it up, and here check if it's set as interactable, and it should be by default. So on our event interact, we will create a variable and call it light, and it's gonna be of type light. So go ahead and find light, should be this one, and select it as an object reference. So now if we pull light here, we can get light component, and from there we can get visible. So this is gonna check if this light is on or off. Here we're gonna hold B and left click to get a branch and pull this into condition. And simply, if our light component is not visible, then we want to turn it off, and if it's visible, then if it's so basically if it's not visible, we want to turn it on, and if it's visible, we want to turn it off. So it's visible. If it's true, we set visibility to be, so make sure you select it out of the light component, set visibility, just set visibility to be false, since if it's visible, we want to turn it off, and we can copy it, the same one, connect it right there, and new visibility is going to be on. So we can go ahead and check this out, how it works. So if we have this light here, let's make a light switch for that light. Let's make it somewhere there. Let's rotate it, make it on this door, on this wall, just like that. So here we need to go to our BP light switch, select light, instance editable, expose and spawn, compile, and now we have, when we press any light switch in the scene, we have here to select the light, just like we had it for the doors. So we can have unlimited light switches, and we don't have to code every single one of them. So we have everything on the same place. So let's say this one, we want it to control this light. So if I pick from the scene, I'm gonna pick this point light, and this light switch is gonna be responsible for it. So if I go ahead and press it, E on it, as you can see, it turned it off and turned it on. But that's not all that I want. So here we can go to our horror course, and we can go to our sounds. We have a flashlight switch, and we can use it as a light switch as well. But we already imported it in last parts, so let's go ahead and check this. I can use this for the sound here as well. Of course, you can change the sound, right? So before we set visibility, we will play sound 2D. It's gonna be of sound flashlight switch, and here as well. We can also make this a lot cleaner here by copying light component and just connecting it here. And we can delete this with Alt, so hold Alt and left click to delete. So we have here the sound done, but we also want to have the timeline done. So how are we gonna create this one? Let's add the timeline first. Call it light switcher animation. And now we will go to our light switcher right there, and we're gonna get the rotation, location of this switch, because we don't need rotation because we're gonna pull it inside. So we need this, we need Y axis of location. So let's go ahead and make it. So let's say it's -75 at the start. So at the start it's gonna be -75. So here add flow track and call it alpha, and press shift left click, shift left click. First one is gonna be 0 and the value is gonna be -75 because it's the start value here. But we want it to be just like this. -75. So let's bring it back to 75, -75. And here we're gonna set, so the first one, let's see, like that. First one is -75, second one is in the time length of, for example, 0.50. At 0.50 it's gonna be -75. Compile and save. So whenever we turn off the light, we want to reverse this, and whenever we turn on the light, we want to play this. So let's go and code it. We want to move our trigger, so we're gonna get relative location of our trigger. We're gonna split struct pin, and we're gonna set relative location of our trigger as well. We can pull it into the update, and we can split struct pin right here. And we need our Y. So we will get this, and our Y is gonna be alpha, just like this. So let's see how it works. We go ahead and press play. We don't see animation because it's not on or off. Oh, here we're getting errors because here we don't have the light switch selected, so if it's none, it's gonna give us errors. So how are we gonna fix that? It's pretty simple. Before we do anything, we're gonna check if light is valid. This is what you can do with everything in Unreal Engine. So first we will check if it's valid, and if it's valid, we're gonna fire this code. So now if we compile and go ahead and try it, for example, this light switch doesn't have anything connected to it. As you can see, it's not gonna fire it because it doesn't want to give us errors. So for example, we can just test it out how the animation looks like. So for this one, I'm gonna select the one in this room, just so I can see the animation working. So here I press E. If it's on, it's gonna be like this. If it's off, it's gonna be like that. You can also make this cube, of course, a lot smaller, but for me, it's gonna work like this. Here we cannot interact because it's set to none. So let's just delete the light switch from here. Just like that. and this one we're gonna leave it to be for this light. So I did everything that I wanted to do for the light switch, and this is a very simple way of creating one. You can put your static mesh here, so feel free to play with it, edit it. I just show you the way how you can animate it with just the simple cubes from the Unreal Engine. So I hope you liked it, and see you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome to the 8th part of this tutorial. So in the last episodes we created a key and our light switch system that works perfect, and we can open the doors with keys, but we have a small struggle because these keys are gonna be smaller in the final game, so we need Crosshair to have easier time hitting those. So let's do Crosshair. Go ahead and create UI. We need to create user interface and call it user widget and call it master UI. Just like that. Let's open it up and create canvas. Inside of our canvas, we're gonna create simple image, just like this. And this image is gonna be anchored to the middle. So set position X and Y to 0. Size, we can set it as 25, 25 for now, and align it to 0.5, 0.5. This will help it to be in the perfect position in the middle. So now let's add image that's going to be our crosshair. So let's head out to our horror course folder, and inside of our images we will find crosshair, and just ignore this little picture. This is going to be used for our collectible items later in the game. So here we have crosshair, and just pull it into our images. We're going to create new folder, call it images, and also let's create new folder and call it UI for our master UI, just like that. Inside of our images we can just pull our crosshair. I found this to be very good, and we are going to use it for this tutorial. This is also part of the Kenny pack that is free to use, so you don't have to credit, but you can, of course. Of course, you can use your custom crosshairs as well. This is just what I'm going to use. You'll be able to download everything you see here. I will make a big folder, so you're going to have everything on your disposal. So select the crosshair, and with the crosshair selected, you can go to brush and do it like that, or you can just type it in crosshair. Just like that. And let's test the size. Let's put it as 50. Compile and save. And let's add it to our character viewport. So inside of our core, we can find our base character. We can close this out. And our event begin play. We will create sequence. Let's pull this up a little bit. And here we're going to create widget. Set this master UI. Also, we're going to promote it to variable, so we get our reference if we need anything in the future. And at the end, add to viewport. So now we're going to see our master UI. Let's go and play. Let's full screen. We can maybe make it a little bit smaller, to be honest. Like that. Press play. Because we're not going to have any fighting mechanics, so we can use this eye. So you can also create dot and put it. A lot of horror games have a dot instead of eye. So you can play with it, but this is just a way how to position it to the exact center and have it perfect aligned with your middle of the screen. And it's also from where the line trace hits. As you can see, it's perfect precision. If we go ahead and press E here, as you can see, it's gonna hit right in the middle. Perfect. So we got our crosshair done. See you in the next part. So welcome to the new part. In this part we're gonna be implementing the font. So I got us the font that we can use, and let's create a new folder and call it font. Just like this. We can just pull this true type font file. It's also free to use. So press yes, and here we have our font. And this is font that we need. So if we go ahead into our master UI, we can test out how it works. Testing font, and here in the font we can change it to be Haunting Attraction font. We can size it to content and make it size 50, and as you can see we have a new font. Let's delete this image. So we successfully implemented font. It took us less than 10 seconds. Let's go to the next part. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial we'll be creating a flickering light, because I think it's kinda needed for the horror game to have a good effect. So let's go into the map 1 and see which light we're gonna change to be flickering light. We can, instead of this, we can create flickering light to be here. So we can go ahead and go to our blueprints, blueprint actor, and we can just add a new actor and call it BP flickering light. Let's open it up, and in our viewport we're gonna add point light, and that point light is gonna be our flickering light. Compile and save, and let's go to the construction script. So here in the viewport we add this light, and that's gonna be our flickering light that we are gonna adjust in the blueprints. So this right now, if we put it into the world, it would work just fine, just like a regular flickering light, right? But we want it just like regular light, sorry, but we want it to be flickering. So let's go and make it flicker. So first in the construction script, it's gonna be fired off even before the game starts. So this is gonna be happening before we start the game. So here we will just set intensity of our flickering light, and I already have tutorial for this, but I want to make everything in the same window, so you don't have to go and find look for it. The intensity, it's gonna be a variable, and call it intensity, just like that. If we compile and save, we can change it to 5000 because that's our default value for intensity. As you can see here, we have intensity 5000, and we are basically just taking this light and setting intensity of it. So here we can compile and save, and we are done with that, and we can go ahead and delete those two, and here we can start making functions. So what we want to do is we want to get random float in range and make it retriggerable delay, and these random floats are gonna be promoted to variable. First one minimum time and second one max time, just like this. Let's go ahead and create min time, put it as 0.1. I find it that it works very well, but you can just adjust this to your liking. So you can adjust this, that's why we are creating variables, so you can just adjust it as you like. We can also make it instance editable, expose spawn, just like that. I will show you later why we did that. And from the completed we can call flip-flop, just like this, and we can bring our flickering light here, and let's set intensity of it. So I will repeat everything what I did here so you understand. So here on event begin play, this flickering light is gonna start flickering instantly. So minimum time and maximum time is amount of time is gonna flicker. So from so it's gonna be random float. So from 0.1 to 0.3, it's gonna be random number every time. So it's gonna be randomized, but you can make it bigger difference if you want it less repeating. If you want to slower the flicker, basically. So here in our flickering light, first intensity, we can promote it to variable and call it min flicker intensity. That's basically the strength of our light. So by default we have 5000, so this one is going to be 3500. And the second one is going to be intensity, that is 5000 by default. So here we are going to retrigger this delay. First we're going to show sensitivity intensity 3500 and then 5000. So it's gonna give us a flickering effect. But in reality we are just changing intensity values every second. Okay, so now from here we want to, after we done this, so if we just start now, it's gonna flicker once and then nothing else happens. But we will just pull set intensity back to retriggerable delay, and we can double click and control left click to move, and this one can be connected here as well. So now we, every time we fire off this event, this code, we will run it back to retriggerable delay, run this again, and again into unlimited amount of times. So now if we go ahead and delete this flickering light, and if we set it here again, as you can see, because we set those to be instance editable, as you can see, we can change here. So if we press play, we can see that light is flickering here, and we can also change the speed of it. So this is going to be intense flickering, so be careful if you have any medical problems, but you shouldn't be watching these videos anyways if you have. So we create a flickering effect. Let's make it like this is a bigger randomize. So now it's gonna be very random. As you can see, sometimes it's slow, sometimes it gets faster. Okay, that's perfect. So we have our flickering lights working, and let's just reset it to the normal value, 2.3. And as you can see, this is the final product that we get. That's all for this part. See you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this part, we're gonna be creating some head bobbing, because we need it for our horror game, and I really think it adds up to the feeling of the game. So let's go ahead and create one. We can go to our core, and I can create it here. And go to your blueprint class and search for legacy camera shake and select legacy. Let's call it camera shake CS Headbob walk, because this map is very small and there is no point for me to add a sprint mechanic because there is no enemies or something. It's just gonna be some, you know, scary little spooky game, so we can just have a walk. So if we open the blueprint, here we can set oscillation and pitch, jaw and roll. And at the start, let's just make sure we select it as a single instance, and let's go and set up other details. So oscillation duration is gonna be 0.25, and now we can select what we want there. For the pitch, it's basically up and down while you walk. That one is gonna be 0.5, 7.5, So amplitude 0.5 and frequency 7.5. So this is the frequency of our camera going like this. Joe, on the other hand, is camera going left and right, left and right. And the roll is just doing like waves, adding some extra effect. So the Joe amplitude is going to be 0.2 and frequency 6. And the roll is going to be 0.2, frequency 3. Also, you can adjust this to your likings. So just remember, pitch is up and down, Joe left and right, and roll rolling like waves. So with that being said, you can play with it. For now, I'm just gonna leave it like this, and I can go and close it. So now we will go to our base character, and we're gonna create a new function, because it's gonna be pretty big code. So let's go ahead and press plus on the function and call it Headbob. So first thing that we want to do is we want to get velocity of our character, and we want to get vector length, and we're gonna check if it's greater or equal with our character movement and our max walk speed. And from here we can select end boolean, and we will check if our character is falling. So if we are jumping, we don't want our head bob, you know. So let's just take not boolean here. So here, if our character is not falling, and if our character velocity vector length is equal to walk speed, then we're gonna run the branch here with condition being there. So this all is gonna be condition. So we need to have both of these conditions true to run a camera shake. So let's repeat. Velocity vector length needs to be equal to our max walk speed of character, and our character should be on the ground and not falling. So let's go and out of the true we can call camera shake, and we can just start legacy camera shake. Actually we can get player controller, get player controller and client start camera shake. Let's choose this one, so make sure you choose this one. Let's select it, move it like that, and this is gonna be fired if it's true. So if this code is true, everything connects perfect, then we're gonna start our headbob. So the scale is gonna be map range clamped, and the value is gonna be basically this. So we can just copy it and paste it here. Let's make this a little bit bigger here, so we have place to work, just like this. And the vector length is gonna be value. From there, we can leave this as 0. So range B is gonna be our character movement, and our get max walk speed, that's gonna be our range B, and it's just gonna from the out range A to the out range B 1. So make sure you set it as 1. And now when we have done this, make sure you select shake here and select the one that we made, Headbob walk. So it's gonna use our amplitude and frequency for everything if we select it here, and this should be perfect. But this is not gonna work right now because we didn't add it in our movement code. So if you remember good, we made our movement code here, this IEA move, that's for our movement. Let's go ahead and put it in the color, because we already put everything in the color. Make it comment. Keyboard movement, just like that, and set color to that one. Let's make this bigger. So what we're gonna do here we created a function and we can just call it. So here we have our rotation. So this is movement with A and D. So if we go left and right, we want to fire Headbob, just like this. But that's not it, because this is our movement forward and the backwards with W and S. So here we also need to fire Headbob. So we get our Headbob when we turn left and right and when we go up and down. So the code should look like this. Let me remind you again, you can get all project files on my Patreon. So let's test the game. Let's select the map. Map 1. Let's make it full screen. And if we go ahead, you can see I have Headbob. But let's make it a little bit, let's make our character a little bit slower. So go to the base character, character movement, and max walk speed should be, max walk speed should be 350 because it's a horror game. So it's not good for a character to be that fast. And as you can see, if we go full screen now, you can see I have some head bobbing effect. It's not intense, like so intense, but you can see we have head bob. As you can see, my mouse is moving. You can always adjust your head bob per your liking. For me, it works good like this. So, thank you for watching and see you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome to the new part. In this part we're gonna be doing small adjustments to our level. So as you can see, if we turn off the light in the hall, we can still see the light from our rect light. So let's go ahead and fix that one. This is our character reference. We will need this later on. And let's make this a little bit smaller. Because it's leaving our room and we don't like that. We can make it like that. I like it like that. And here we can also select it both. So to select both of them, just left click, hold shift and left click other one and set it as a 700. I think that's the one that works. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. So if the light is open in the room, we're gonna see a little bit under it, and I think it's good. And our flashlight works good as well. And I think this is good. You can adjust this a little bit more, but I'm not gonna spend so much time on it. So here's our whole light. Let's go ahead and add a flashlight model to our hand. So I want to show you how to add a flashlight in the hand without animations, just basically adding it to our viewport. But I'm gonna show you how to do that one as well. And we can create it like going to the core, base character, viewport, and here we have our flashlight. But what we can do also is we can add static mesh and call it flashlight. Flashlight model, sorry, we already have flashlight. And we can make it parent to our camera, or rather our spring arm, and our flashlight is gonna be connected to our flashlight model. So now flashlight model, we can select the flashlight that I made in Blender, and you can just scale it down. As you can see, this is a little bit too big for our player, so you can scale it. So make sure you lock it so you can change all scales at once. Let's say 0.1. That should work. Of course, you can just get your flashlight, you don't have to use mine. And we can make a different material for it. So let's duplicate the brown and call it gray. And let's get gray color here. As you can see, we can just simply do it like that. And it's done. Apply, save. And now we can close it. Let's go back to the base character and use the gray color. And let's see how it's gonna look like. Let's select core and let's see base character. And let's start moving our camera to the viewport. As you can see, if we select our base character, we can see the camera, how it looks like. So let's just adjust it a little bit better, but I think the flashlight is still too big. So let's make it 0.07. And let's make it like this. Let's see how it looks like. We go ahead and play. We have our flashlight. Oh, it basically doesn't work. Let's make it work. Let's just make it like that. Oh yeah, because we added flashlight to our flashlight model, it turned backwards because the model was also turned backwards. So let's just rotate this one like that. It's because of the model basically. And this one should be good to go. But let's make sure our flashlight doesn't get blocked by our model. So let's fire it like this. So the light is gonna go from the flashlight. Let's check how that looks like. If we close this light, as you can see, we can see it good. Okay, let's select our base character again, select the flashlight model, and let's make it not cast any shadows, because we don't want it, because we don't have a character model. So let's go ahead and play. If we turn this off, as you can see, the flashlight works perfect. It goes from our flashlight. But I still think it's too big. Let's go ahead and change the size. Yes, it's too big still. So let's change the size. You can play with it, just whatever works for you basically. And I hope you will use another model, because this is a really poor attempt of me creating something nice in Blender. Let's put it at 0.05. Compile and save. And as you can see now, we have a little bit problem. We need to put it a little bit back. When you are testing, you can also make it like screen bigger, so you can see exactly how it's gonna look like. As you can see here, we can just pull it a little bit down. Let's go ahead and test it out. If we go full screen, as you can see, it will work perfect. But we don't want to have our flashlight perma in the hand, because I want to add some like equip, unequip, you know. So we will, when we don't have open flashlight, we are not gonna have it in the screen, and when we open the flashlight, we're gonna set it to be visible. It's pretty simple to do so. So let's go ahead and do it. We can go ahead and close this and open like this. So go inside of your base character, and if you remember, for the flashlight we have the functions. So if the flashlight is turned off, we will get flashlight model and set visibility to be off, so don't tick it. And in the turn flashlight on, the same thing is gonna be, we can copy it, paste it, but the new visibility is gonna be ticked. So let's go ahead and check how it looks like. By default the flashlight model should be not visible, but because by default we don't have open flashlight. So let's do it like that. So now we have nothing in the hand, right? We press F, we get flashlight. and that works fine. We can also add some UIs to show that we have a flashlight open, but I'm gonna leave it for the UI part of the videos where I create main menu. So for now we have working flashlight. See you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome to the new part. In this part we're gonna be creating node system. So let's go ahead and create. First thing first, we're gonna go to our blueprint actor and we're gonna create BP nodes. So this is gonna use we're gonna use it as a node so you can interact with it in the world, in the level. So now we can go to the viewport, and if you remember, I did create some node model in the Blender. So we can create static mesh here, just add static mesh, and static mesh should be the node, just like this. We can just size it a little bit better. That should be good. Just size it to your liking, and we can add some text. So this is not gonna be text of the node when you open it. It's just gonna be some visual, you know, some visual before you pick up the node. Let's make it align very good like that. Size, we can change the size, make it a little bit smaller. And text can be this one. Actually, it doesn't really catch it good, but it doesn't matter. We can just set it as any text. Note. You can change color. It can be like. You can just play with it. Let's set up note. Let's duplicate it. Just by. So press it here and Control D, and you will duplicate it. And we can set different size here as well. It's very important to know placeholder text, something like that, you know. And you can put it so the player cannot read anything. It adds the feeling, you know, that something is actually on the note. We can just duplicate it, Control D again. And again. And you can do it multiple times until you get the effect that you want. For me, this is gonna be good. I can select all of it. So press first and hold Shift and select the last one. And we can select the color to be black. So we can just do it like that. So that's our node. Inside of our node, we need to get our variable. It's gonna be called node description and be of value of string. That's good. We can close it up and let's create UI. And we need to create a new one. Sorry, user interface, widget blueprint, and we create VB node, just like that. And it's going to be desired. So we don't need canvas here because basically this VB node is going to be going into master UI. So let's get border and let's add some text to it. We can select text, change color to be black, and we can change padding to 15 so it looks a little bit better. Size I can set it at 16, and our font is going to be the one that we implemented earlier. So now we can test how it looks by going to our master UI, user created, and find VB node, and you can scale it however you like. I'll do it like that. For me it works good. So anchor it to the mid. and position X and Y is going to be 0, and alignment is going to be 0.5, 0.5. Just like that. So now if we were to open them up, you can see this is how the node is going to look like when we pick it up. Okay. So inside of our base character, we can create node variable and call it string of type string. And this text block, we're gonna create binding, and it's gonna be we need to get character reference. So basically it's gonna be of this variable, it's gonna show this variable, but we need to create reference first. So in the event construct, this is what happens before the game starts. We're gonna cast to base character, we're gonna get player character, and from there we can promote it to variable and call it character reference. And because we did that, we can go back to get text, get our character reference, get node, and that node is basically gonna be return value. Now we can go back to our base character. Here we have our node, and let's open our actor that we created. So blueprint actor, BP node, and here we will have interface on interact because we created it as a child of our base interaction. And now here we can double click is interactable, check, make sure it's checked, and on interact. So here we need to set the text that we want to see on our screen when we open it. Here we got the text, so we bind that text to the node variable of our base character. So now we need to change it here. So when we interact with the BP node, we're gonna get our character reference, we're gonna set node, and as you can imagine, the node is gonna be the node description. And this node description is gonna be of instance editable. Let's compile and save. And now if we were to pull this node inside of our world, for example we pull it here, you can see we can set the node description. So if we say test placeholder text 1 to 3, if we go ahead and open our level, it's still not gonna work, because when we interact with the node, we want to show it on the screen, because by the default we want it to be not visible. So visibility of VB node in our master UI by default is going to be collapsed like that. So whenever we interact with the node, we want to set visibility to be visible, right? So get master UI. So we are from the character reference, this character, we are getting this reference that we have for master UI. So in the BP node, we can go back and get VB node. Sorry, we need to set it as a variable here first, because if you don't, you're not gonna be able to reference to it. So get VB node and set visibility to be visible when we interact with it. Compile and save. So now if we go and pick it up, pick up the key, yeah, like that. So we have a node here, and as you can see we have test placeholder text 1 to 3, and now we cannot get it off the screen. So I have a pretty simple solution. Here we're gonna create a variable that's gonna be boolean is reading boolean, and we're gonna basically create it so we can close the node with the tab. Let's go ahead, and here we want to get from the character reference, we can just copy it here and set is reading to be true, just like that. Let's just compile this so you don't have any errors. So basically, when we interact with the node, it's gonna set the node description that we set in the world. When we click on it, where did I put it? Here. You have this node description. So now when we have this, we're gonna set it, and then we're gonna set our widget to be visible, and we're gonna set variable boolean to be isReading, so we can close it when we want, and we're gonna do it by pressing tab. So just go to the base character and type tab key and get your tab key. So when we press the tab, we want to get isReading as our condition to our branch. So we're gonna check if the character is reading, and if character is reading, if that's true, we want to set visibility of that VB node to be collapsed. So let's go to master UI, get master UI ref, get VB node, and set visibility to be collapsed. Also, we can make this very much cleaner by creating function for this, collapsing. So you can select all of this and select collapse the function and call this function hide node. So now if we open this function, that's our function. And it's just gonna look a lot cleaner here. So we just hide our node. And when we hide the node, we want to get isReading. So set to be false, because we just put down the node. We can test that out. And false, we just want to test you are not reading anything. Let's set it to color. And now, if we go ahead and test it out, how it works. We get the key, we open the doors. We have the node, press tab, we don't have node. But if we press tab now, we are not reading anything. Perfect. So now we can also create this function as well. So let's go ahead and set this in our base character. In the event graph, we can set it here and collapse it to function and call it show node. And also we're gonna set isReading to be true once we show it. Just like that. And here we can get master URF and connect it like that. Compile and save. And now we have show node as well. We can quickly delete this. And here, instead of doing all of that, we can just call function that's called show node. And we don't need this since we have it in our show node. There you go. We have that set up. Everything works there. But I want to do something else as well. So if our character was to interact with the node, he can walk anywhere and he can press tab anywhere to remove it, but sometimes player is not gonna be he's not gonna take care of attention to just remove the node. He just wants to leave it on the floor. So let's see how we can do that automatically. Let's create box collision. So add box collision, sorry. And that's gonna be radius. Oh, sorry, not that. This is gonna be radius. When the player leaves this radius, the node is just gonna close itself. Let's compile and save. And let's see how that looks like. So we need to make it to go above the node, because yeah, just like this. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, that should work. maybe slightly bigger. You can fit this to your needs. I'm just gonna show you how to do this. So on event, so right click box collision, add event, on component and overlap, we are gonna basically hide the node. But we need character reference first. And just call hide node here. Just like this. So now if we were to go there, get the node, and once we read it, blah blah blah, once we leave the box, it just hides the node. Perfect. So we got everything that we need working. If you want to create new node, it's very simple. You can just pull it again in the world and set another description, test node number 2. So now if we were to play it, this is gonna be test node number 2, and this is gonna be another one. So we can create unlimited nodes with this system, and it will work fine. So that's it for the nodes, and see you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome to the new part. In this part we're gonna be covering the topic of audio, and that's the most important part in the horror games. So let's open our horror course file and let's get sounds, and I want to select all of those. Hold Ctrl left click to the select flashlight switch because we already have it inside of our Unreal. Let's just put it inside of it. Let's get everything. So I want to create queue for every single one of them. So this is gonna be horror sound 1 queue. Then we're gonna have ambience sound queue. And also we're gonna do the same for the rest. Key pickup queue. Monster queue. New object, sorry, we are not, my brain is in another universe. So create queue, monster queue. Or when you create the queue, you can just press enter and you're gonna have the queue already in the name. Just like this. So we have some sounds here. That's it. Okay. So in the ambient sound, we can make it a little bit bigger. Let's bring it here. So if we select the wave player, we can set it to be loop. But here we can multiply our volume or pitch. So let's test how it sounds right now if we set it to the level. So how you can create this sound to be in the background, it's just simply putting it to the level and it's gonna play whole time. So if we press play, but I think it's kinda too loud. I'm gonna set it to 0.5. Perfect. So now let's add sound to everything that we didn't. So let's go to the BP actor. Let's open our key. And we have a pickup key here that we need to set up. So in our core base character, we have this hide node and show node. So that's the first thing that we're gonna set. So let's just, before we set to is reading, let's play sound 2D here. And let's play sound note pickup. Let's make it a queue, because you can edit queue whenever you like. And you cannot edit the normal sound. So basically why we created the queue in the audio is because when we open the queue, we can set it up volume multiplier, we can play with it, And also we can set it to be looping. Sometimes you want it, sometimes you don't, but it's good to have it. So here we can just copy this and put it into hide node as well. Just like that. So now if we go ahead and get our node, okay. So what we can do here is we don't have to play it when we hide it, we can just play it when we show it, because it has some little errors here. Not errors, but let's say bugs. Okay, that works perfect. So let's go ahead and add some other stuff. So we have this ambient sound that we added. We have flashlight switch that we added. This is also ambient sound, but I'm not gonna use it. I just put it here, so maybe you can use it if you like it. We have key pickup that we need to set up. Monster. We set up this. Okay, that's perfect. So let's go ahead into our blueprint interface. Let's see what we have here. We have this pickup. Okay. Okay. And here we have this event pickup key. And we should add sound to it. Play sound to D. So it's inside of our BP doors. And let's just select key pickup Q. Like that. Compile and save. And now if we go ahead, we can just pick up the key like that. You can also lower the ambience. You can just play with it and put whatever you like. I'm just showing you how to do it. So as you can see, we already have some nice audios. And here I want to create a little jump scare that's gonna play a sound. So let's create actor and duplicate base interact. So hold Control D and call it BP jump scare 1. Or what you can do also is we can just create BP jump scare and create variable called jump scare sound, or you can just create custom event, play jump scare and play sound 2D, and this sound is gonna be there. So there you go. Now when we overlap with this little cube, we're gonna delete the cube and create box collision. Just like that. Let's set it like that for now. And on component begin overlap, we will just do it once. Do once. And we can play jump scare. And the sound can be promoted to variable and call it jump scare sound. Just like this. Make it instance editable. Good. So now if we set this jump scare actor inside of our world, our level, can make it trigger box here. So whenever our character goes through it, he's gonna hear the sound of the jump scare. And here we can change the jump scare sound for every jump scare that we have in the world. So this one is gonna be monster. But to prove you this works, we can create one here as well. And make jump scare sound to be explosion from the starter content. Okay, let's go and play. So here, if we go through it, it's gonna be explosion. Just to prove you, we can set up multiple jump scares. And as you can see, we triggered the sound here. So that works perfect. So now we can set unlimited jump scares just to our liking, and you can play with it. So this one is also for me gonna be monster. So now, as you can see, you should have multiple jump scare sounds. But now if we go there as well, that works perfect. In the future, we're gonna be creating better jump scares. But this is just the sound, and this is what I wanted to do for the sound video. I wanted to set up some of the sounds, but in the future of this video I will create more jump scares. So stay tuned. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome back to the new tutorial. In this tutorial we're gonna be creating objective system. So let's go into our base character and let's start creating one. So we're gonna create a new function, just like this, and we're gonna create a couple variables. For now we're just gonna create objective name and set it as a type of name. So this is gonna be the text that's gonna be displayed as our objective, just like that. So now we can rename this function to set objective, and if we go to event graph, if we set objective, you can see we can edit it here. So let's go and create UI for it. Let's go to our master UI. This thing is not visible by default, so we can just close it like that. And let's create objective system. So we have UI here. Let's create widget blueprint, user widget, and call it VB objectives. Let's create sidebox, and let's put desired, and let's add some text to it. So our text is going to be our font, the new one that we added, and this text is going to be binded, so create binding. But first we need to get our character reference, so cast to base character. Our object is going to be get player character, so we're getting our base character here, and as base character promote a variable and call it character reference. So because of that we're going to be able to bind our objective name variable, just because we did the casting here, and got the reference. So if we get character reference, we can get objective name and set it as return value. Compile and save. And now when we go to our master UI, we can go to user created, and let's get that size box, and we can set it to be in this top corner like that, and anchor it to the top left corner. Perfect. Let's just set the font to be a little bit less, smaller. 16 should be good. And also the text needs to be wrapped at, let's say, 600, and allow per character wrapping. So now this means when the text becomes too long, it's gonna go into the new line. Perfect. So if we go ahead and open our map 1, as you can see, we have objective in the top corner, but it says none, because it's set by default to be nothing. So now, on event begin play, from the base character, or rather, we can go to our blueprint, game mode, core, game mode, main menu game mode, sorry. No, what am I doing? Not main menu, sorry, gameplay game mode. Okay, so in gameplay game mode, we can get event begin play, and we are gonna sequence. And first thing that I want is cast to base character to get again the reference, get player character, and as base character promote to variable get character reference. And because we did that, we can just go ahead and get character reference and set objective. So this is going to be the objective that we set when the game starts. Find key, unlock the door. So if we go ahead and play, as you can see, we have objective. And we can set it up when we locate this key that something happens. So how are we gonna do that? It's pretty simple. Let's go to this room and let's start creating our level a little bit. So let's add some shapes here. So let's make this shape act as a shelf for now. I don't want to spend too much time on level design because I'm gonna leave that to you. So you can use your imagination. So as you can see, this key here, that's our actor, which we will need to duplicate and call it BP key objective. And we can delete this one and we can pull this one out, and we're gonna set it to open these doors. So why did I do that? Is because we're gonna make different kind of just scale this to 0.3. That should be good, because I want to create different kind of on interact setup. So you will see right now, if we go here, we have this on interact, but also I'm gonna delete this one, and before I destroy this actor, I'm gonna set current objective, but I need character reference first, and we got character reference because it's a child of the base interaction, so we already casted when we were creating this interaction system. So set objective, and now we can just change the objective. So once we pick up the key, we can go ahead and fix the flickering light. So as you can see now, if we go ahead and test if this works, if we go play from here, find the key to unlock the door, and we fix the flickering light. So we need to add the setting that's gonna fix it. So let's make the thing to fix our flickering light. So our flickering light is by default just minimum time 0.1, max time 0.3. So here we need to, actually let's not create all of that, let's just do it simple way and call it locate, because I'm gonna leave you to do your own objectives, so you don't have to follow me, you can have your own objectives. So it's gonna be locate flickering light. Oh. So if we press the key, we need to locate the flickering light. Okay, so here we're gonna need to create a trigger box. Let's call it VB objective trigger flickering light. And in the viewport, let's delete this cube and add box collision. And let's make it a little bit bigger by default. Compile, save. Let's pull it here. I'm doing this a little bit faster so we don't spend too much time on the simple thing. So once we trigger with this box, we're gonna activate the new objective. So let's go ahead and add to this box collision. Let's add event on component begin overlap. We're gonna set it to do only once. So only once we want our player to do this interaction, we're gonna get our character reference and set objective to, for example, find a family photo. Save. So now we can also set the family photo somewhere here. Maybe here. Let's go ahead and hide it here. So let's just duplicate base interact and call BP family photo. Like that. And this cube could be a little family photo. Let's compile, get family photo there. And now we need to create material from the image, and we can just simply pull the one that I created in the paint. Like that. We can pull it to this wall just to get material, and then we just change this wall back to the brown. Like that. And now we have the material that we can easily, so select cube here and pull it into the element. And again select BP family photo self. And now we can do whatever we like with this photo. We can set it to be on this wall here. Just like that. Yeah, that should work perfect. So this is just an example what you can do with objectives, how the objectives work. So let's go to the actor, BP family photo, and in event graph we will have interface on interact. And when we interact with it, we want to set current set objective. The target is going to be character reference, and it's going to be unlock the second room. Unlock. And after it, we're just gonna remove this from our level, destroy actor. And target is gonna be self because it's gonna be this. So if we go ahead and try to play our little game. So this is not the most effective way of creating objectives, but for me right now, I was trying to get better system, but I couldn't manage to get it to work. But this also works for medium and small games. So we can locate our flickering light. So it says find a family photo. And as you can see, this is our family photo. So if you press E, we unlock it. We set another objective and we pick up the photo. And this is our second room. So here on these doors, let's open BP doors, and we also have event on interact. So we are also gonna be adjusting this one by creating another actor. So let's select the BP doors, duplicate it, BP doors, objective. And let's set it up here. So we can delete these doors. It said we had a reference, but that's just only our key. We can do it like that. And again, just make it fit through this hole. I'm not gonna spend that much time by fixing this, but you know, you should. Just like that. And our key can be, for the key we don't have to change anything because the objective is to unlock the door and not find the key like it was in the first. And here we can make the key size, for example, to be 0.3 like we did for the first one. And we can make a little shape here. I'm gonna show you. Little shape. Just like that. Just a tiny little shape. And we can set our key to be on it. So you can do whatever you like here. This is literally your imagination coming handy here. But for me, I will just do it like that. So let's make this cube even smaller. Like that. So now if we were to put this key on it, it'll be pretty easy. So if you have problem with camera, you can just lower the speed. Like that. Now as you can see, we have a key on little stand. Let's say stand. Let's make it smaller. And let's add key to it. So now let's add the, let's make camera 1 again. So here, these doors needs to have a set objective thing, like we did for our key. So in the BP doors objective, this is what you need to do for every objective when you make a new one. So if it has a key and we open the door, it opens the door, and then we just want to do once set objective. Let's get character reference, set objective, and let's make it leave the house. And when our player leaves the house, he won the game. This is just a small horror game, but you can of course use all of these examples to make a bigger horror game. So here, let's see how it works. Let's go and play it out. Locate the flickering light. We open the doors. We locate the flickering light. We find a family photo. And now it says unlock the second door. So we get the key that we can see here. We have a key. And when we open this, oh, basically we need to set up the key. So this key here also needs to be changed. So this is the default key, and we need to create it to be different kind of key, and I will show you in a second why. So just select BP key, and make it BP second room key. And why is that? Because the doors that we created here are the new doors, the doors objective. So in the BP second room key, this needs to be changed, because now if we try to change it, sorry, just a second. Okay, I'm back. So this needs to be changed to be another variable. It's gonna be BP objective doors. And here we also type BP objective or just objective doors. Hello? Okay, BP doors objective, object reference. So that's gonna be it. So now if we try to select it, they're gonna be incompatible for some reason. BP doors objective, BP key, event interact. Okay, yeah, because we didn't change the key. So if we didn't do all of that code, we would get that, but because we did this, we can just go ahead and let's make this 0.3 like the first one, make it a little smaller, more realistic. So I repeat, this is not the best use of quests, but for the small games or game jams, this should work perfectly. Let's make it like that. And now with it selected, we can go ahead. Oh yeah, we need to expose this. So make it instance editable, expose on spawn. And now on the map, when we select it, we can select our objective doors. And now this key is gonna unlock those doors, and it's not gonna unlock this one. Also, in our BP key, okay, our BP doors objective. Yep, we set up to have the objective. So let's go and test it out. I'm a little bit sick, so excuse me. We locate flickering light. We need to find a family photo now. And now we can create doors to leave the house and end the game. So I created just a couple objectives, because if we were to create more objectives, this game would go into a lot of episodes, into a lot of time, and I just don't want to create whole game. I just want to create to help you create a template so you can by yourself create the rest of it, because I don't want this tutorial to be 10 hours long. It's already 3 hours by now. So let's just create the last objective. That's gonna be the one that decides that this game is over. So here we can duplicate this BP doors objective, Control D, doors, BP doors win or end game. Can open it in the viewport, change material to be like black, just to make it stand out from the other. And here we can simply just make it, we don't even need to make whole, because there is no other side of these doors. We can just set it like this. And here we can set some text to show our player that we can exit here. Let's change it to be green, or let's say red, because we are in the horror game already. Orange will work. Actually not orange, because Our room is already in the brown wall, so let's make it like that. Perfect. So we have this text that's gonna tell the player this is the exit. And now when we interact with these doors, we want to create end screen, but that's gonna be for the second part, so we're gonna add to this. So for now we have these objectives, but there is a small issue. So if we were to go here, we get the objective, locate flickering light, but I just ignore it and I explore the house. It's gonna change it and it's just gonna skip the objective. So let's make a couple variables. Objective 1 completed. Let's make it a boolean and let's duplicate it 2 times. So let's change the name, objective 2 completed. And let's change this to objective 3 completed. Just like that. And I'll show you in a second why does this matter. So we have the first objective. This is the key. So it's the BP key objective. When we pick up this key, we want to, before we set objective, we want to, from the character reference, get objective 1 done. So set objective 1 completed. Like this. Tick it. So for the next objective, that is flickering light, we will open it. And we're gonna do all of this only if the objective 1 has been completed. Get objective 1 completed. So we can only do this if the objective 1 is completed. If it's not, we cannot do anything here and nothing is gonna happen if we go past this. So if we go past this, I can show you right now. So if we go through the trigger box, we're not gonna get new objective because we didn't find a key to unlock the door. Okay, so you see how that works. So we could make this for third objective, that's family photo. And here we need to do this code only if the objective 2 has been completed. So let's left click and hold B to get a branch and just do it like that. So if the objective 2 is completed, we can run this code. If it's not, we are not gonna run it. But in our objective trigger flickering light, when we do this, we need to set objective 2 completed to be true and the target to be character reference. Like that. The same thing goes for these doors. So here we're gonna set objective 3 completed, but we can only do this. Okay, so this needs to be character reference. But for the key, the one that we made, second room key, we will only pick it up if the objective 3, so from the character reference, 3 completed. So if it's not, we cannot pick up the key. And we don't have to care about the doors because we cannot even open them if we don't have the key. So let's go ahead and test it out. So we should be starting in this room, but because now we want to test, we will go and try to pick up the photo. As you can see, we cannot pick it up, and we we cannot pick up the key either. So we need to follow the objective by, we need to follow the text objectives in the top left corner. So when someone tries to pick up this photo, you can also display the sound, like a warning, like doo-doo, so the player knows he needs to follow the quest. So for the objective system, that would be it. I think we spent way too many time for this one, but this is the only way I could figure out how to do objectives. So you should be doing objectives in more efficient way if the game is big, but if the game is small like mine, and if you're creating simple game jam, this shouldn't be any problem. In the future, when we create UI for the end game and the UI for the main menu, we're gonna update this as well. So for now, we have playable level. Thank you for watching and see you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome to the new part. In this part, we're gonna be designing our level a little bit better. So here we're gonna be fixing a lot of mistakes that we did. I mean, not the mistakes actually, it's more we were doing all this code but we didn't set up the lights. So let's set up them right now. So this light switch is gonna be for this light. This light switch should be inside of our room and should be controlling this light. Oh, we already have one here. So it should control this and also should be controlling this one, but we can only select one. So I want to create actually simpler way. So let's go and put it as a lit. And this room, we can just leave it like this. Actually, I really like it. Let's see how it looks like when we play the game. So if we turn it on, if we turn off, we don't see anything. But if we turn it on, we can see. Okay, this actually adds a little bit better effect to the game. I actually like it. That looks good. Good. Okay. So here the same thing. Let's just delete it and let's make this light switch go into the room. Of course, this is only my level. If you have different level, you can do whatever you like in your level. I'm just gonna just like that and set it up to be controlling this light like that. And here we don't have to do anything. We can actually make another light here in the hall, so it's not all this dark. Where are we? Okay, so we can create a light here. Point light. Let's make it lit. Okay, let's bring it the light switch like that. Let's put it right here. And let's select this light. So this light switch is gonna control that light. Let's make one light here as well. And here we can also create some light. Just like that. And this could be a light switch. This wall should be a little bit side. This wall as well. and it's gonna control this light. So by default, these two lights are gonna not be visible. Just like this one. Just like this one. Actually, the one in the first room can be visible because it's starting point. Perfect. So we have this little animation here. And we can create so that we need to pick up our flashlight in order to use it. And it's a very simple way of doing that. So BP base interact, BP flashlight pickup. We can remove this player reference and let's create little, let's say, desk here. Of course, you should have your models. I'm just gonna create with the shapes in Unreal Engine. So here I can set it to be flashlight, and we need to set the looking of that flashlight. So let's open that up, and our flashlight is gonna be this, but model is too big. So let's point 0.3. Let's pull it here, still big. Let's make it even smaller, 0.1, and as that should work. And as you can see, now we have our flashlight in the level. Well, we cannot change the material, okay, but we can change it here. Let's put it to be gray as it is in our hands. So now when we have that figured out, we need to make boolean in our base character that's gonna control if we can turn on flashlight or not. So here we have our flashlight, and we need to check this branch only if we check another condition, and that condition is gonna be, we can promote this to variable, and it's gonna be have flashlight. So we already have it here, and if player has flashlight, we can turn it on and off. But by default, our player is not gonna have flashlight, and by default our flashlight is not gonna be active. So here, when we pick up the flashlight on interact, so we have interactable here, and on interact, we will get character reference, and we're gonna set have flashlight. Should be has flashlight. To be true. So now, if we go ahead and try to use flashlight, we cannot. But if we spawn here, we still cannot use flashlight. But here we can find flashlight, and we need to destroy the actor after we pick it up. So this reactor is going to be self because it's literally this flashlight model. So if we go ahead and change this player start to be in the room, so now when we press play, we can collect the key. We still cannot use flashlight, but if we collect the flashlight, we can use flashlight. Also, you can add some sound when you pick up the flashlight. That's up to you. And let's add the notes here. This little table, actually on table, yeah. I wish I could see my family again. And let's press play. And as you can see, we have this little note. And now let's set up the can set up like this. And we can set this note to say something like I miss my dad by Emily. And let's say our character is in its kid's room. He's reading the kid notes. So you can make up your own story like you want. And let's set up more notes in the house. And here note reminder, flickering light in storage needs to be fixed ASAP. So now if we go and play, we can see the note here saying that. That's this flickering light. So this one also can be moved a little bit. And here, of course, you can just create whatever you like. You can design your level. Let's add some basic shapes here. So let's add some cube. That's gonna act as our table, or rather our shelf in the wardrobe, let's say, something. Can make it gray. We can put whatever we like. So basically we can just import some models and we can decorate our level like that. So let's go and play with some shapes. So we make the house look a little bit more alive, a little bit more like house. But I don't have any props here, so I need to find a way to deal with it with my little shapes in Unreal Engine. But of course, if you are creating game, you should have your props. So the game would be quality one. You can make it like that. You can add some shapes here. We can make it like a bed. It's simple as that. So we can put any color here. So this is literally you creating something from your mind and decorating level. Sadly, I'm really bad at level design, as you can see. But I just want to give this house a little bit more life because it's very empty. So I teach you how to create these trigger boxes. So you can just create another trigger box, and when player overlaps you can play sound. For example, in this room, in this hall, you can create some weird sounds. And let's see what we have here. Oh yeah, I still didn't hear the objectives sound. Let's go and fix that. In our set objective function here. Oh, we basically don't even play it. Play sound and play sound new objective. So now if we press play, yeah, now it's better. So if we pick up, get a new objective, if we press tab we can hide the note. So as you can see, our house looks a little bit more alive now. So we cannot get this key. Let's see what is the problem. That's the PP second room key. Oh, so I think it's a problem here. We didn't set, before we this reactor, we want to set objective 3 completed, like that, so. And now that should work. Let's play it once again. So we can make this light not visible by default. So this is our little room. Still doesn't let us open these doors. So this is the PP doors objective. Comes the key. Oh, I know what's the problem. So as you can see here, it has this pickup key event, and the other doesn't. So let's just copy this. Oh, we have it here as well. So we have a key. So why doesn't it open? PP doors objective. So it should be objective 4 completed, right? Yeah, we need to create another objective. Objective 4. Because our family photo is basically setting the third. So let's just set objective 4 completed. Like that. Let's see if it works now. Oh, we have some errors. Let's see what's the problem. Oh, we just need to complete. Yeah. Compile, and now it works. Let's see why it doesn't. We have some problem with the second door. So we need flashlight, and I messed up. So for some reason these doors get unlocked and these don't. So we can just set it like this. We don't care about key, we care if the object tree is completed, or if the, so when we interact with this second room key, we want to, so once we picked up the key, we can set, from the base character we can create another variable, call it second room key picked up, and sometimes you need to improvise, like I do here, and from here we can set second room key picked up to be true. By default is false. We can just compile this so we don't have errors. And now our doors objective, doors are gonna open only if we get our character reference, get second room key picked up, so only if it's true. So we can go ahead and test it out now. By default we cannot open it, but if we set our second room key picked up as true, we press play, yeah, okay. So let's set it as a branch again, and we can only do this if the objective tree is completed. Just like that. Compile and save. Now if we go and play, is the objective tree completed by default on? No. So, oh yeah, let's see. We set objective tree completed here. So why does it? So right now objective tree is not completed. Oh, we have two doors. Okay. Okay, let's delete this one. Let's check now. So, oh, with this, okay, I'm so stupid sometimes. Okay, now should work. Okay, yeah, now it works. Okay. Now if we go and check it out, if we check this as true and we have second room key, we should be able to proceed with our game. Yeah, that's it. So let's make this by default false, by default false. So I'm sorry if this made you a little bit confused, but yeah, I'm having a hard time with these objectives as well, and I'm not really good at them. So yeah, I hope you will find your way through these objectives. We did update our level a little bit. We can add bed here as well if you want. Let's just select this and Alt Shift, and we can just go with our bed. And here we can set it up to let the character know it's a girl room. So he's in his, let's say, daughter's room. Material, can duplicate, call it pink. Here we can set pink color, or rather purple, but it doesn't matter. So you should edit your level better than I did, but for me this works good. Here we have light switch, right? Let's make this visibility by default very low, or by default not visible at all. So as you can see, the game started being creepy. Okay, that works. So, for this part, I think we did all that I wanted. We added some little shapes so the house doesn't feel so empty. So we have left only UI right now, and that's basically it what I wanted to create for this tutorial. I think this should be a base template that people can pick up and continue doing their work with the game. It's pretty simple for the small games. I repeat, it's not made for the big game, this system. Some of the parts are, but not whole. So in the next part, we're gonna be handling over the UI. Thank you for watching and see you in the next part. Hello everyone, welcome to the new part. We are slowly ending this tutorial series. So right now we need to create main menu. So create new user widget, call it VB main menu. And let's start making our main menu widget. So this is we are near ending. We need to do main menu, we need to do end screen, and we need to set the last objective when we open the exit doors. So here we're gonna create canvas panel. We're gonna we're gonna do it on full screen, and let's create vertical box. Size it like that, and we can put somewhere there, like that. Perfect. That should work. And let's add a couple buttons here. We will add 3 buttons, or actually we can just add 2, because why not? Why would we need 3? We only need to quit and play, because it's gonna be pretty simple main menu, but of course you can add more buttons, right? Let's just size it to be somewhere here. Or if it's this small, we can actually anchor it to the mid. This is your preference, actually, but I'm gonna set it at mid, and I'm gonna set it to fill, and small padding is gonna be like 20, just like this. And I'm gonna add text to it, and we can create first one button and then we can just duplicate it actually. So the first one is gonna be play, and the button design, we're gonna design it to be dark gray, as I like it very much. So copy, press is also gonna be dark gray, and the hovered we can just increase it a little bit, so we can see we actually hovered it, like that. And pressed is gonna be like this, and we can just duplicate it now, or actually not yet. We need to set the, basically there is thing that is outline, and I really don't like it. Let's see where it is. So we have background color, style, normal, tint. Oh, there it is, outline. So put this to be 0, 0, 0 and width to 0, like that, and just copy it. So as you can see now it's clean and doesn't have that stuff, and however we'll just put it to be a little lighter. Let's add this to be bigger, and now we have 2 buttons. This button is not gonna have any padding, and this is gonna be quit. So this should work now. Let's make this as a variable, call it play button. And this one we're gonna call quit button. Also as variable, so we can, basically if we don't set it as variable, we're not gonna have any events here. So when we click quit, we are simply gonna quit the game. And Unreal Engine already prepared that for us. So that works right out of the bat. And here on the play, on clicked, we just want to open level, and the level needs to be correct name, so make sure you're 100% correct when typing this, because it's not gonna open if it's not 100% correct. Even the big letters, capital letters matter. So I have it like that, and this should work now if I put it in the screen. Compile and save. So UI is done. So now we have this done, and we can go ahead and open our main menu. And we can start designing our main menu a little bit. And we're gonna do it by creating a shape, cube, and we can just do it like that. Hold Alt and rotate, like that. And we can set cube color to be something like gray, doesn't really matter. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna get our flickering light, so we can use our flickering light here as well. Where is it? Like that. But we have a small issue here, and that is we need post-process that we created in our playable level, but not here. So let's make it infinite extent, and let's just do the exposure to the 0, like that. And this is gonna be our light now. Good. And now we need camera. We can set unlit again. Let's add camera. So get camera actor. And let's snap it for 180 degrees. And as you can see, this is what our camera is gonna be looking at. So you can play with it. We can open level blueprint, select the camera, and we're gonna get the reference to our camera, like that. We're gonna get player controller here, and from the player controller we're gonna set view target with blend. And what this does is basically it's gonna control us, our controller is gonna control us to see the level from this perspective that we created here. So now if we go ahead and press compile in our main menu game mode, we need to create a widget like this and call it, select the widget blueprint main menu and add to viewport. That's all you have to do, really, like that. And now if we press play, as you can see, we have this flicker, but I want to make this flicker a little bit slower. So as you can see, we have a small flicker in the background, just like that. This is going to be static because it's not going to move anywhere. Let's see if our camera is in the middle. Yeah, that should be right. And let's go into our main menu player controller and let's show mouse cursor. And here you have all of these things that you can play with if you need something. But for us, we just need mouse cursor. And when we open this, we want to set set UI only. And our player and widget focus is going to be this, and player controller is going to be self or get player controller. Just like this. That's perfect. Okay, you can press play, and now we have a mouse cursor. And when we press play, we can play. But when we open the map, we want to open the level blueprint, and on the begin play, we want to set game only, set input game only, get our player controller, and from the same player controller, we want to set show mouse cursor to be negative, so we hide it. And now if we want to play the game, let's open the main menu. No, I open in standalone, doesn't matter really, we can just play it in standalone. As you can see, this is how the game looks. Press play, and we can play the game. Perfect. But we cannot leave the game, so for now we can just Alt F4 out of our game. But we can create one more UI and call it widget blueprint leave game or pause menu, but I don't want to create pause menu right now. I will just create a simple widget, and it's gonna be desired button, and it's gonna have text leave game, quit game. And if we press quit game, this button is gonna basically just quit the game. We could wrap this into canvas actually, and make this text. We need to wrap it in the button. So this button, we can just copy it from the main menu, because I like the design of this. Copy, paste, paste, and hover, it's gonna be this one. Can make this button like this actually. Let's add it to the mid, 0.5, 0.5, size is gonna be 0, 0. Add background blur, we can add the blur behind our quit game. Just anchor it to the full screen, 0, 0, 0.5, 0.5, and that's good. So if we blur it now, we can set this blur to be behind button, above button. So now if we blur it like this, compile, click button does not. Oh, yeah. So basically we did delete button when we wrapped it in the canvas. So just connect to the new button that we made, completed. Perfect, but now we need to be able to show this. So let's go into the base character and into our event graph. When we when we press escape key, so that's our escape. we can set input UI only, get player controller, and we can set show mouse cursor. And we can add new variable called quit game screen shown. So get branch, and if the quit game screen is shown, we want to hide it, but if it's not shown, we want to create one. So when we don't want to exit, actually, we can just set input game only, and we can set show mouse cursor. Here is show and here is hide. So this should work now. Let's go ahead and test it out. Oh, we need to do it in the standalone game, because if you press escape in the editor, it just closes the editor. Okay, we are doing something wrong, and that's basically not showing our live game. So here, user created in the main, we go to the master UI, we add live game. Actually no, sorry, not like that. We will just add this to viewport. So we need to create a reference to it, and we already learned how to create references. So visual blueprint live game, and promote to variable here, live game ref. So this is just reference to our live game widget. So now when we want to show the widget, add to viewport, and when we want to hide it, we just remove from parent, like that. Let's see if that works. Play. As you can see, we have quit game here, but if we press escape again, we cannot do anything. That's because we didn't set it as a UI and game only, we just said game only. So set input UI and game, like that, and that's gonna work now. Let's go ahead and play. So full screen, as you can see, it's gonna flicker in a bit. Oh, it's not gonna flicker because we set it. Okay, that was my mistake. But here we can press escape and quit the game. But for the flickering light in the main menu level, let's click flickering light, press F. Okay, basically it changes, so I don't know what was I thinking when I set it to be, yeah, it needs to be like this. And let's change it to be 0.5, 1.5. Let's see if that works now. Okay, I didn't check the most important thing that I wanted. Okay, now it flickers. That's perfect. Okay, so that works. Now I had one more thing on my mind, and that was simply to create another UI that's gonna tell our player how to control. So VB tutorial, we can call it Visual Blueprint tutorial, and make it desired, and make it vertical box, like that, and add text. So we can set size 16, font to be like this, and the color to be something greenish. And let's set so WASD character movement. Let's add another text. We can just duplicate this one. Space jump. We can add another one, call it E interact. Let's add some spacing between them. So let's add bottom padding as 10. Let's add a new one, call it est as escape, and let's say quit or show quit menu. Let's set key that is going to disable this. So press H to hide hotkey this. And we can set it up to be in the middle. Or actually, we can just set it up to be here. Like that. So now if we go into Master UI, we can find it in the user created widget blueprint tutorial. We can set it up to be in the top corner, like that. And by default we can set it to be visible. Set it as a variable, so we can play with it in the base character. And now when we press H in our base character, so we can get H key. So H key actually. Let's find our H key here. And when we press it, we will create another one, boolean. Booleans are really helpful when we create something like this. Tutorial widget shown, and by default it's going to be true, because by default it's visible here. So with the branch condition, if you press H and the tutorial widget is shown, we're gonna get our master UI reference, get UB tutorial, and set visibility to be collapsed. So if we see it already and we press H again, we want to hide it. But if we want to show it again, that's going to be auto false, and target is going to be the same. We can put it like this. It's going to be visible. So let's go ahead and test out how it looks like. Press play, we have tutorial there, but if we press H, we can hide it. But if we press H again, we cannot do anything, because here we need to set this tutorial widget shown. So if we hide it, that means it's not shown, and if we show it again, it means it's shown. Now if we go ahead and test out, press play. Perfect. Let's see if we have any more inputs, but I think that's it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, flashlight. We forgot about flashlight. So you can just add it in the tutorial here. And here we can remove this padding from this last one. 0. And here F flashlight. Perfect. So now we have everything that we need. Let's actually move this flashlight in our level. Save selected. Let's make it a little bit more visible. have our game. Let's make the last thing. Let's actually call it a main menu part, and then in the next part let's make the ending of our game and package it in the same video. So thank you for watching this part, and see you in the next part. Hello and welcome back. In today's video we're gonna be creating ending for our game. So let's go ahead and create the ending. First thing, I'm gonna create some FPS widget so we can see our FPS when we package the game, if everything is correct. FPS, widget program FPS, and here let's just create a simple text like that, and it's gonna be desired, and we can create binding of this text, and let's create integer called FPS, or rather, yeah, we can call it integer. I don't want decimal numbers. So FPS is gonna be return value, but format text first, and it's gonna be FPS like this, and that's gonna show our FPS. But let's edit it a little bit. In our event tick, we will need to get, so here in our event tick we will just divide our delta time. Make sure you divide it with the second, and here put 1. So we're gonna set our FPS, but before we do that we need to call delay. So this is just gonna be how fast is it gonna show our FPS. So the lower the duration, the more quick does it refresh and show the number, right? So here we truncate it, so basically we create this float to become a FPS like an integer. So compile and save. So now let's just go and inside of our master UI, let's add it here in user created FPS and set it in the bottom corner. That's gonna be our FPS here. We can make it a little bit smaller or bigger depending what we want. Let's leave it on 24 size. If we go ahead, you can see it shows FPS in the bottom corner. I can make that a little bit bigger, like 24 for example. And as you can see we have FPS now. That's just for the development to see if the FPS is good. Okay, so now if you remember correctly, we have these doors here. So we're gonna target these doors. So get actor, and this is the exit doors. And on interact with these doors, we don't want to make anything like this. We just want to end the game. So set game post, or we can actually just set UI only. Get player controller, set show mouse cursor, and from it we need to add the widget for endgame. And now let's create UI. Let's call it VB endgame. Let's add canvas like that, and let's add image and fill it on the whole screen like that. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.5, 0.5, and the tint is gonna be something dark. And let's add some text. Let's anchor it to the top. 0.5, 0.5, position Y can be 100. Let's make the text a little bit bigger. 48 for example. size it to the content and change the font. So size it to content here, and let's say game over. You finish the game, for example, we can duplicate it. We can now anchor it to the middle. Let's make this 200 actually. And let's make it different color. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick these days. So here we can just type you escaped the house before Emily and her mom came back. You got to see your family. You got to take you took your family picture with you so you can remind yourself of beautiful moments. This is just something from my head, and we can wrap this a little bit like that, or we can 1000 actually, and let's put it to the middle again. Let's make it like this, and we can duplicate this text again. Let's put position to be 500, 1000, whatever we want, and here we can write something down. Game created by, you can put your name here, and let's put the size of 24. Just like that. And let's put one more button. Also this one, I will anchor it to the bottom. And here the button, I will anchor it to the mid. And just move it down a little bit. So this is mid, is it? 5. Is this really on the middle of the screen? I honestly don't think so. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so let's add some text here to our button. Let's make button bigger, position it better, like that. And let's call it quit game or back to the main menu, like that. Size it to content, make it variable, and on clicked we open the main menu level. So main menu level, how do we call it here? Main menu. Okay, so here just type in main menu and be careful for capital letters. Perfect. Compile and save. And now we can show that when we interact with the endgame doors. Show mouse cursor and add to viewport. Actually create widget. Endgame. Add to viewport. Just like that. And that's our endgame. We can also copy some of the designs of the buttons that I like from the main menu. I really like this design. Copy. And here we can select normal, pressed. Let's copy hovered, like that. And that should work perfect. Let's make this 0, 0, so it doesn't have any offset. 0, 0. Great. Compile, save. So that will work now. Let's go ahead and play our game. So we get our key, flashlight. And we left the house. We have this screen, back to main menu, we can play again. So we created ending for our game, finally. So now what we have left to do is we have to package our game. So let's create new part, so we can create a, so I can create a checkpoints on YouTube video, so people have a easier time locating where everything is. So see you in the next part. Hello and welcome. Now we're gonna be packaging our game, our first game. So press project settings, and here we have a lot of things that we can set up. And here in the maps and modes, main menu, check everything if it's correct. Default game mode doesn't matter right now. Default map, main menu, game default map, main menu. We can disable split screen, we don't need that. Game instance should be horror base game instance. Let's go to the movies, we didn't set up any, we don't need it. Here everything can stay like that. Really everything should be good. Build configuration, shipping. Perfect. Supported platforms, we're gonna set it to be only on Windows. Optimize project settings, we can set it to scalable. And we can apply it later. Here we don't have to touch anything. That's all good. Here you can set up your thumbnail. That's good. Let's see if there is anything else to do. In the platforms and windows, you can set up your splash, game splash, and the game icon, but I didn't do any art, so I don't have it, but of course you can just change it here by finding it here. And that all should work perfect. We should be able to package our game. So now we can select all these lights. This light is going to be static whole time. This light is going to be static. This light is going to be static as well. Static. Static. It's not going to move anywhere. And this one is not going to be static because it's a flickering one. So now we can just go and build lighting only. Let's select build all levels. Okay, the build is completed. We can apply it now. Build all levels. Let's test if our lights work as intended. Oh, actually these lights are gonna be stationary because they have light switch. That's my bad, sorry. They should be stationary because they have light switch. Okay. Let's just build it again. building lighting, press play now it works. Perfect. I don't have to do anything there again. And now we can go to the platforms, Windows, and shipping, and package our project. So now let's set it, you can create your project. So here I'm gonna set it to package final game. Select package final game, and now it will package. So now that packaging is completed, we can go ahead and try it out. And I saved it as a package final game. In the Windows, you can find your horror game. And now let's test it out how it works. I press play. Okay, that works. But if you want to optimize it a little bit better, what I suggest is to go to project settings and type in Lumen, and since we don't use it, we can just use none and use none, like that. So now our FPS should be higher because we don't even use Lumen, but also we can delete starter content because we didn't use it at all. We didn't need it, so let's delete it. So it should be deleted now. There we go. Perfect. So now this is just way more optimized because we don't use things that we didn't. So we had the starter content, but we didn't use anything, so it's pointless to have it. And we can go ahead and package project again, and I can delete this inside of the package final game and select the folder again. So let's test our game now. Package final game, my first horror game. We can open it up and we have our game. Key, note, flashlight. Find the family photo. Oh, we need a key. And there it goes. Game works. So we finished our first game successfully. I'm very proud if you managed to follow all this tutorial, all this course. And for the future, where you can continue growing your game, on my channel you can find so many tutorials, and I will be creating more tutorials more frequently now about the horror games and everything else, because I spend so many time right now creating this big course that I couldn't create any other content on my YouTube channel. But after this course I'm gonna be creating more of the content, and you can find a lot more stuff that's coming up in the future that you can use to upgrade your game. So thank you all for following this course, and I hope you like it. That's it from me. Make sure to join my Discord server if you need any help with any part of this tutorial. Link for this file is gonna be in the description of the video, so you can download it, and you can find the project files of this game on my Patreon. And that's it. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye.